begin today, you know, we had planned to have on this program. As a matter of fact, when I was doing the show at night, 11 to 2, I don't think we had a program where there was a request for the phone number for one guest more than when we had Father Malachi Martin on this show. And we had requested that Father Martin come on the program over a week ago. And sure enough, as I was leaving the TV show last night at the Fox News Channel, I get the early edition of the New York Post at about midnight last night. And on the front cover of this edition, it says, "Satanic slaying. Sister and mom kill teen they thought was possessed." And I open up the inside of the New York Post, and it says, the headline, "The devil made them do it. Long Island cheerleader was suffocated with a plastic bag by her mother and sister because they believe she was possessed by demons. Vivian Miranda, 39, her daughter Serena, 20, both followers of Santeria, were chanting and praying over the body of the dead girl, 17-year-old Charity, when cops arrived in their Sayville home on Sunday night. Miranda and her daughter first tried to exorcise the demons from Charity, a high school senior, whom stunned neighbors described as a clean-cut kid. When the exorcism failed, they suffocated her with a plastic bag, said the detective working in this particular case. Miranda and Serena decided their attempts to exorcise the demons, and they felt the only recourse that was left was to kill this girl. Now, let me ask you this question. How does something like Hitler Germany ever take place? Is there evil in the world? How do other people somehow murder other human beings? How do you define Pol Pot? How do you define the killing fields? How do you define Stalin and Russia? How do you define any of the horrors, the human evils that we see around us every day? Murder, rape, drug dealing. How do you define what drives somebody to go out and find a crack dealer, buy the crack, put the crack in the pipe, light the match, and inhale the smoke? What would possess somebody to do that? What would possess somebody to take heroin and inject it into their arm? Is there evil? Is there such a thing as human evil? Is there such a thing as a devil? Is there such a thing as good and evil? Father Malachi Martin, no stranger to these microphones. Welcome back to the show. Whoops, we got to pot him up here. Hang on a second. You there?
Yes.
Hang on a second.
Right there.
Yeah, if we can get you to speak a little closer and maybe try this microphone, Eric, here, and see if that can work.
Let me try this.
There we go. We'll move him over. We'll actually get, this is a professional radio station. How you doing?
Fine.
There we go. Now you sound terrific.
Okay, lovely.
Okay, we turned that button off there too, Stanger. All right. When you raise this question, you've been at the Vatican in Rome.
Yes.
You do exorcisms for the Catholic Church.
Yes, I do.
Tell us about this.
Well, it's not an easy subject to tell about, Sean. The particular thing you referred to, this killing of this lovely girl by two relatives, apparently, of hers, is a manifestation of evil. There's no doubt about that. Mm-hmm. And a mistaken belief that this was the way to deal with somebody. Probably they disapproved of her morals, for all we know. For all we know.
Well, she apparently rejected what this new religion that the mother and the daughter had accepted, which is Santeria. And we can go into that a little bit later on, which is a veneration of the saints. It's a Caribbean-based religion. It has millions of followers.
It has millions of followers, but it's rife with what we call a diabolism, a belief in doing the will of the devil through the saints. Santeria is really a collection of saints.
That's right.
That's what it means. But there's no excusing of this at all, and the Catholic Church and every Christian church that I know of, worthy of the name, is dead against anything like violence of this kind. But you put a question which is terribly important. What is it that makes me inject heroin into my arm? What makes me kill a baby I don't want to have, put it in a dumpster? What makes me strangle somebody for his money or her money? What makes me rape somebody? There is in the history of man, there is a long catalogue of human evil. And we do know from our faith and belief that there is a principle of evil called Lucifer.
When you say
and he
that,
is real.
And, you know, especially when you listen to modern psychologists and psychiatry, that seem to think the only problem human beings now have is that they have chemical imbalances,
Yes,
or
right.
genetic defects.
That's right.
I mean, it was in the news the other day. We did a story on this show where there is a psychiatrist claiming that somebody was born predisposed to commit murder, therefore they are not responsible for their actions.
That's the argument. It's very useful legally, a useful argument to get somebody off a murder rap.
But human beings are subject to the forces of good and evil.
More than that, they can make a pact with evil. They can agree with evil to do evil to others. We know that. And, you know, I've been now at this job for a long, long time dealing with possessed people. And I'll tell you honestly that I've never seen a psychiatrist yet healing somebody, curing their souls. The only thing that does heal it is a rite called exorcism, exercised with permission of the Roman Catholic Church.
Well, let me ask you,
And
how many... go ahead, finish your thought.
And that's no psychologist, psychiatrist has ever claimed to make you normal.
So all they're doing, I think you used the term, make you viable for a time.
Make you viable, that's right. They, by pharmacology, drugs, by hypnosis, by talking at you, but you're not cured. You're not healed.
Let me ask, how many exorcisms have you done now? You've been at this, as you say, many, many years. How many do you think you have done?
I suppose about 500 major ones as a round figure, but thousands of minor ones.
What's the difference between a major exorcism and a minor exorcism?
Well, a minor exorcism is where the person is completely amenable and they have a trouble. They are besieged by some demon, a demon of impurity, a demon of rape, a demon of robbery, various demons, or simply they're being obsessed by them. They see this figure in bed with them. They see this figure in the street with them. They find they have certain urges they can't control, but they come and say, listen, help me, please.
And then you can cure these people.
Or you can heal them. You heal them. It's a healing process, Sean. Then there is the person who is violent, who is brought to you by their wife, their husband, the local cop, some social worker, a doctor, psychiatrist. Write to me and say, Miss So-and-so, Mr. So-and-so, he's been under my care, she's been under my care for 2 years. Here's the symptoms. They correspond to everything you describe in your books. I can do nothing for them. Can you help them? They're major exorcisms, and that you're swinging into a major exorcism, Sean. You're swinging into something which can last anything from 24 hours to 24 days.
And you've been involved in exorcisms where it takes 24 days to remove the demon or demons.
Longer than that. We have done exorcisms that have lasted 2 years.
You know, when I think most people hear this, some people are skeptical. Some people believe.
Of course they are.
There are those that get images of The Exorcist, the movie.
Yes.
Or The Omen. And we get the Hollywood images of evil.
Or Sean, you know, that's Frankenstein, Dracula stuff. Let me tell you something. When you go into an exorcism room and you start the exorcism, within 10 minutes, if it's genuine, if the person is genuinely possessed, everybody in that room, and they're usually only men, strong men.
Why men?
Because they've got to control the person if they get violent. You know in your gut that you're in the presence of something that hates you beyond description, hates you merely for the sake of hating. Evil itself is a terrible thing to face when it's simply malevolent and malicious for the sake of being malevolent and malicious. You can't mistake it.
Have you stared in the course, and I want you to walk us through maybe some of these, have you stared Satan in the eye? Have you seen him? Has it manifested in a form?
Lucifer does. By the way, Satan and Lucifer are different demons. But they do manifest themselves in some human form. But they haven't got a human form. They're devils. They're fallen angels. Usually it's a horrible face. The last time I had to confront it was when he flung me 8 feet off a stool and broke my shoulder blade. And that was a horrible sight I'll never forget. But he was getting his own back on me because I had just done an exorcism.
Is there a danger to you, obviously, doing this, that the demon that leaves somebody wants to come at you?
Oh, they always come at you. They always come. You can't. That's why I knew a psychiatrist, a very prominent psychiatrist too, by the way, who came to me and asked me to instruct him in exorcism. What happened? So I did. He went off and did exorcisms himself, but
he wasn't strong enough to do it.
He's become possessed. No, he was possessed. You see, what most people forget is that you're up against an archangel who's far more intelligent than you and who knows you intimately if you put yourself across his path. And if you do this without the authority of the church, without the blessing of our Lord Jesus, you are sitting duck. It is terribly dangerous. So that anybody, those two people with that girl that they killed, I mean, they put themselves directly into the net of Lucifer. And they had to commit a crime. They had to do evil. They had to please Lucifer.
Father Malachi Martin is our guest. He is a real-life exorcist for the Catholic Church. The front page of today's New York Post. Satanic slaying. Sister and mom kill a teen they thought was possessed. Do you believe in evil? Do you believe in exorcism? Do you have any questions for Father Malachi Martin? Here's our toll-free number. It's 1-800-848-WABC. Toll-free. 800-848-WABC. We'll take a quick break at 3:16. We'll come back. Your calls and comments as we continue on the Sean Hannity Show, 77 WABC. Mike. 22 News Talk Radio 77 WABC. 50,000 powerful watts at your disposal. Thank you for joining us. I'm Sean Hannity. The devil made them do it. That's the headline in the New York Post. Also in Newsday about this horrible, the Long Island cheerleader suffocated with a bag by her mother and sister because they believed she was possessed by demons. They were practicing a religion known as Santeria, raising a question that a lot of people feel uncomfortable dealing with, and that is good and evil. And we're joined in studio by Father Malachi Martin. He is a real-life exorcist for the Catholic Church. Now, you even spent time in Rome.
I did. I spent 8 years in Rome, yes. But my first work in this matter was in Cairo.
And how did you all? Was this a gift that was given you and you discovered it, or how did this happen?
No, I was called up in the middle of the night by a priest I knew who said, "Malachi, get up and come over here, because my assistant has collapsed."
And he was in the middle of an exorcism.
In the middle of an exorcism, a very dirty exorcism too, by the way, very troublesome. Every exorcism, every dealing with the devil is unhealthy, unhygienic, insalubrious. Painful.
Explain that, though. I mean, I want you to walk us through the experience.
I'll tell you what it is. You know, the moment you enter into the contention of this, you know you're dealing with something that hates you. Now, Sean, look, in New York we come up against, New York can be a rough city. It can also be a beautiful city. There are lovely people here. But you rarely come up against genuine hate directed at you for the sake of hating you. This is what it is. And if you meet that, then you know that you're in danger, in real danger. And the danger can be this. The danger can be something that stays with you like a wisp of memory, but comes at you when you're in bed at night, comes at you when you're making love with your wife, comes at you when you're walking down the street, comes at you...
And what is that?
It's a demon.
And how do people recognize that?
A lot of people don't. They go to a psychiatrist, they go to a psychologist, they have a drink, they have sex, and the solutions are... But
the church is not as open as you are about this. Here the church is granting you get permission from the Vatican to do...
That's right.
The exorcisms that you're doing. So the Vatican is very well aware of your work. You know Pope John Paul.
I know John Paul too very well. I've known him since he was a cardinal, when he was a bishop. But that's one thing. On the other hand, many bishops, Sean, many priests do not believe in the devil, do not believe in demons.
So what does that say about the Catholic Church? They're failing?
Well, no. They're not the Catholic Church. They are errant members of the Catholic Church.
But aren't these the people that are priests in parishes across the Long Island and New York and New Jersey and Connecticut?
Whenever I meet them, and I find that they do not believe the traditional dogmas of the Catholic Church, I find that talking to them, I find somebody who has apostatized from his religion. He no longer believes in hell. He doesn't believe in the resurrection of Jesus. He doesn't believe in grace.
Why would they then still remain a priest?
Because it's a good job. And most of them, what are they going to do otherwise?
Well, you also have some that are supporting abortion now, pro-choice priests. You hear about people that support the gay lifestyle.
Sure you have.
When people, one of the reasons the Catholic Church has stayed steadfast on these issues of living in sin, sex outside of marriage, abortion, gay rights supposedly, and
sterilization, contraception, the whole gamut, homosexuality.
When somebody engages in any of these things, they are inviting in their heart evil. Every instance.
They're not inviting. They have evil.
The evil's there that makes them do it, or they're inviting more evil in?
No, they're inviting greater and greater power of evil over them.
So, in other words, I guess there's only room for, like, light or darkness.
That's right. There's only room for Jesus or Lucifer.
But doesn't everybody have some evil in them?
Yes, but they don't. Not everybody gives in to evil totally. We all give in to a certain degree.
A temptation.
Temptation.
And you still give in to temptation, or have you transcended that?
No. Certain temptations I do not give in to. I would have when I was younger. I don't give in to any longer. But that depends on the way you approach God, and if you're going to believe in His help as well as in the wiles of the devil.
Is there still some evil in you?
Oh, yes.
There is, and every day, is there like a purging that takes place, a self-exorcism, if you will?
Yeah, there is. I'll tell you the one thing that I, as an Irishman, because I was born in Ireland.
Yeah, I know all about Irishmen.
Yeah, the evil in me was the power of hating. Because I was reared in a culture in Ireland where you formally hated the English. You formally hated them.
So any prejudice or resentment or hostility you would have towards any of your fellow human beings would be a representation of evil.
That's right. Of course it is. You can't hate.
Well, then how do people sort of recognize this in themselves? I mean, is this something that they can do on their own, or they need some...
No.
Are most people, as everybody listening to this show, do they all have evil in their heart?
Yes, they have.
Every person?
Every person.
And so it manifests in different ways?
Exactly. It manifests itself in infidelity. It manifests itself in lies, in stealing, in cruelty, in indifference to other people's suffering and pain, selfishness, gourmandise, eating too much, drinking too much, oversexing, sleeping around. There are 1,001 things. Or the worst, Sean, hardness of heart. Simply with no pity for anybody but your own pocket and your own belly and your own genitalia.
We will continue with Father Malachi Martin. He is a real-life exorcist with the Catholic Church. Do you believe in evil? Do you believe in exorcism? Every one of our lines is jammed. Toll-free, our number is 1-800-848-WABC. Your call is coming up in the next half hour. 3:37:23 now before 4 o'clock. It's your all-new ride home. Thank you for joining us. News Talk Radio 77 WABC. I'm Sean Hannity. This is where you get the hot news, the burning issues, all you need to know. So do you believe in evil? Do you believe in this notion of exorcism? We're joined in studio by Father Malachi Martin. Your call's coming up in just seconds. So if you can, Father, I know it's been all different experiences.
Yeah.
Walk us through maybe a recent case that you had. You obviously don't have to divulge the name of the person.
No, that's impossible.
But an example of what you went through in the process of exorcising a demon.
All right. Young man, 30-something, comes to us and says, look, when I was 27, I made a pact with Lucifer. I wanted this job, and I wanted this woman, and I wanted this money, and then patati patata. And I did it, and I got them. And now I can't get rid of him. Please help me. What was his trouble? His trouble was he could no longer make love with his wife. He could no longer sleep at night. He slept badly.
Because these demons haunted him, or this demon haunted him.
No, he had nightmares. He was always disturbed. He never had a profound sleep. And then he smelt badly.
The smell was from evil?
There is this funny smell of the person who's possessed. It's a funny smell. It's not like anything like rotten apples or dead bodies or bad fish. No, it's a peculiar smell.
You smell something.
It's an odor. It's an odor of the worst kind. And it creates a panic in you. It's a panic. And it's not simply excrement. It's not human dirt, which is, by the way, which has a function in life. These things are smelly, but they're good. But this is not. This is evil, the smell of evil. And then he is that, or he finds he gets sudden rages and he can't control himself. And he's outside himself. So then we say, all right, we check him out psychologically in psychiatry. He's been to a psychiatrist several times, a doctor. There's nothing up with him. You see, there are various diseases like La Tourette syndrome, which is a chemical imbalance in your brain, which produces symptoms very like those of a possessed person. So you've got to check all that out. Having checked all that out, you say, okay, John, meet us in such and such a place at such and such an hour, and come lightly dressed.
Why lightly dressed?
But we don't want him tearing off his clothes, and we don't have heavy clothes on him that he could choke himself on.
You tie him down?
If necessary, then you have assistance. You have assistance.
And you go in with how many people?
Well, if it's a big man, you have 4 to 6 assistants.
Because they get violent.
They get very violent. They get very violent.
How do you know? Well, continue walking through them. What do you what do you pray? Do you chant?
Off, you have a room in which there's nothing hanging on the wall, no nails on it, no windows to be broken, no doors to be smashed down, and the person either sits down or kneels down or is amenable in the beginning, and then suddenly the change takes place. But however you do it, within 10 minutes you know if you're dealing with a demon. You know it.
You know within 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Why? Because the demon shows itself, or you see it.
You see it, hear it, smell it, and you know it by the attitude of the person involved. And then most people have a very wrong idea, Sean. They think an exorcism is where the priest continues to shout prayers over the head, go, be gone, evil spirit, and you go away out of here, leave this Christian alone. No, it's not. It's not. If it were like that, it would be very easy. And anybody can, these two benighted women who killed this poor girl probably recited prayers. Exorcism is a confrontation. I, the exorcist, in the name of the church, through Jesus, I exorcise you, demon. I want to ask you several questions. By the way, an exorcist never answers a question. He always asks a question.
What questions you ask?
Your name, please. You get the name of the demon. They have horrible names.
And they finally... Eventually, it gives it up.
If you have the moral force to do so. I remember the last one that I had to confront. Sometimes they speak pig Latin, and this demon spoke pig Latin and said his name was it means I will kill you, but it's pig Latin. Having got that out of them, say, how long are you here? Why are you here? What did you do this for? Then the demon will try and ask you questions. You must never answer a question.
What questions will they ask you?
Have you gone to confession recently? Have you confessed those sins against impurity?
Do they know your sins? Do they know you? Can they see through you?
No, not always.
They know your spirit?
Not always. Not always. Depends on what God has allowed. See, a demon only knows what God has told him, what God has revealed to him. But if you make a mistake, they're on top of you immediately. If you answer a question and say, of course I've been to confession. They say, well, was your intention pure? Did you really regret that sin with that woman? You a priest? Or you, whatever you are, and they will trap you because you're dealing with a brain, with a mind, not a brain.
You train younger priests to do what you're doing?
You bring the poor guy in, set him up, make sure he's gone to confession, and he's clean, and then he hasn't eaten a heavy meal because everybody in the first exorcism is incontinent.
So you challenge them. You, with the moral force, you ask the questions. What are the questions you asking?
Well, that's the first thing. Your name. When did you? Why are you doing this? Where do you come from? What is your rank?
There are rankings in hell.
Oh yeah, there are rankings in intelligence, in demonic intelligence.
Right.
Some of them, by the way, are very stupid. Some of them are only expert at sexual deviations. Some of them are only expert in esoteric things like...
How many demons are there out there?
Well, see, look, in this room at the present moment, there are 3 people. How do you know there are 3 people here, Sean? You count bodies. They have no bodies. You can't count them. Do you know what they differ? How you differentiate? Their functions. They all have one function.
And when you talk about the intelligence of them, you're talking about some are closer to Lucifer than others.
That's right. They're higher in rank.
And that means they're more evil than the other ones, and they have more power than the other ones.
Much more dangerous. And
because in the Bible it talks about, you know, the apostles didn't have the ability to exorcise some demons.
That's right.
And then Christ stepped in and he said this one could only come out through prayer and fasting, and he needed a stronger force.
That's right. We have found that the most potent devils are those that obsess and finally possess children.
Now what is that? Now what is obsess versus possess?
Obsess is this, that you find that daily there's a troublesome thing with you. You can't, it's like as if somebody was shadowing you but dodges out of your sight suddenly. You find that you're never comfortable at home at night. You're never comfortable in the subway. You're never, there's a presence with you. And then you find that, for instance, you get strange urges, strange ideas about things. You have nightmares. You are not quite, you go to a psychiatrist or a psychologist and you rake over your tummy and you make sure that everything is normal, but still you have this presence. And then you find this presence is also connected with certain things in your life, with drugs, with sex, with drink, with overeating, with too much smoking.
But isn't this all about them trying to disconnect you from your loyalty to God?
Of course.
And that's what their mission is.
That's the whole thing.
And they can win your soul. They can actually, there is a battle in this human body for your soul.
It's all a
and
battle.
It's a battle. And so what's, well, so first I want to be logical. I want to continue down. So you're asking questions, you're driving them.
That's right.
And now how do we get them out?
You say, in the name of Jesus Christ, I tell you, go.
And then all of a sudden they'll leave.
No, they'll resist. Who are you to give me that? They ask questions. You could keep after them again. And how long have you been suffering? And what sort of sufferings do you have? And does my Lord Lucifer punish you? You taunt them, make them angry, which you can do.
So you're getting them to react to you.
That's right. So
in other words, your spirit is entering them.
It's controlling them.
So in other words, is it almost the spirit, the good spirit that you have aligned yourself with that actually is driving out
That's right.
for the other person, the evil spirit in them, because your spirit can overcome that?
That's right, your spirit can. But it's not you really, it's Christ.
Well, the spirit in you.
It's the only way. And I've had to salvage Baptist ministers who try to exorcise and Episcopalian ministers who try to exorcise.
Why do they have a problem?
Because they have no authority
to do it.
And they don't know what they're doing, and they proceed to lecture the spirit and ask its sympathy, and of course they're asking for trouble. And what happens to a lot of them is that they get an obsessing spirit which can proceed to possess them if they're not careful.
Now, obsessing spirit is...
Obsessing is something which comes and goes, is always there, troubles you at the most extraordinary moments, and then suddenly one day presents you with a fait accompli. You know what happens with possession? What happens is this. It's like, say cigarettes. Oh, no, I'm just going to smoke a cigarette. I'm not going to get addicted. Because you end up being addicted.
You're obsessed in the beginning.
Bit by bit. And you say, no, I can always break off. You can't once you're addicted. Similarly with this. You're tempted once. You're tempted to think in this way, hatefully. Hatred, Sean, is the key to demonic possession. Hatred. If you find somebody who has a genuine hatred, I mean, that really possesses them, beware of that person.
That is the single worst, the gateway to hell.
Because you see, it's against the love of God. God is love. Christ is love.
You know, lines are jammed, but this is very fascinating. Also, I want to, when we come back, we got to take a break. I want to relate it as what happens when you pass on from this world. Okay. I want to ask you about that. I want to ask you, you also say every person has two angels.
That's right.
And Satan is one of the angels.
Yeah, he's a subordinate. And he indulges in gross temptations. Take that woman. Aren't those lovely breasts? Don't you need that $300? They won't know you took it. Have an extra drink. Drive over the son of a bitch.
It's very, just about it. Everybody sleeps with somebody before they get married.
Yeah.
That's very common.
Yeah. Unfortunately, yes, it is.
Is that...
That's temptation, gross temptation.
Is that evil entering you, or at that moment?
You have conceded.
So society will never accept what you're saying.
No, they can't. They can't. That violates all their rules of freedom. But there's
Does that mean most people are destined for hell?
No. It just means most people succumb to temptation. Put it like that.
So they won't. So these people are, in spite of their failings, can still make it to heaven.
Because Christ died for everybody, and He can save you.
All right, we got to take a break. We will continue with Father Malachi Martin. I promise we're going to start squeezing in your calls. He's agreed to stay for a long time this afternoon. We haven't planned on how long he's going to be here. Real life, what happens? Most people going to make it to heaven?
Sean, I'll tell you, there's a very strong teaching in the Catholic Church. By the way, a lot of priests and a lot of bishops don't know it any longer because they don't know their faith. But I'm speaking now as somebody who does. Everybody, no matter who you are, Catholic, Protestant, Jew, Muslim, Buddhist, Mormon, whatever,
They can get to heaven.
No, but when you come to die, and by the way, dying is a complicated business. The only sign of death really is corruption when there's a cadaver. Supposing I am a cadaver. The first thing God shows me is the crucified. Whether I'm a Muslim or a Jew or a Christian or a Catholic or a Mormon, whatever. And in the light of what I see in that crucified Jesus, that's the judgment passed on me. I know exactly where I should go. That's what I see. That there's that terminal vision.
But we talked about, all the different things. We talk about, for example, we have an ideal. We have people that are committed to finding the truth,
yes,
if you will. We have, a culture that is the antithesis of what you're saying.
That's right. That's right.
A culture that the majority of people sleep around before they get married.
That's right.
The majority of people drink too much.
That's
The
right.
majority of people experiment with drugs. The majority of people don't, if anything, the conscience, if you will, seems to almost have become an appendage, and people don't want to feel guilty anymore. But yet, human beings have all this conflict.
So we are at the present moment in the 1990s, towards the end of this second millennium. There's no doubt about it that we are touching bottom. There's no doubt about that.
Mm-hmm.
There have been other occasions, but never was there such concentrated evil as we have today, where evil parades as good. I must defend you being evil. I must say you have the right to be wrong, according to the modern mind.
So every time a person is involved in these so-called sins, they're inviting evil in their heart.
Of course they are. Now, by the way, that's why Christ died, to cure you of your sins. So if you do sleep around before you get married, or even after you're married, or whatever, you can still be cured of it by the grace of Christ. That's why he died. He doesn't expect
All right. So what percentage of people actually make it if the Bible says straight and narrow is the way and few are those who find it?
The constant teaching of Christianity is not a majority make it, but freely of their own accord. That's their fault, not God's fault. But then you are forbidden to judge, because you don't know who really finally ends up with God.
You can't judge other people.
No, you can't. You can't, because I can be converted the moment I die. Just before I die, God can give me the grace. You remember, Jesus told this story about the workers coming to the vineyard at 6 o'clock in the morning and working all day
Right.
through the sweat. And at 5 to 6, some of these louts who had done nothing arrived and said, we want to work for 5 minutes. They worked, and then they got the same money as the other fellows.
Mm-hmm.
And they objected.
Mm-hmm.
And the vineyard master said, buddy, you were contracted to get so much money. You have your money. Get out of my sight.
We kind of lost sight of what... Do you think most human conflict, well, the reason people are drinking and doing drugs in such rampant numbers, is they have a conflict, this inner turmoil between good and evil? That's where it originates?
Sean, you wouldn't be an exorcist like I am, and you wouldn't be a priest active amongst people if you didn't know that today, precisely today, in the 90s, there is let loose amongst us a whole tribe of devils that had nothing to do with us up to this. We're under siege. There's no doubt about that.
And people need to obviously defend against this. What about the critics that don't agree with what you're saying?
Well, God help them, because I know that there are no atheists in foxholes. When it comes to their own death, they're going to have difficulty.
Is modern psychiatry and psychology, as they rely on pharmaceuticals and drugs as a means of healing?
And not of healing. All they can do is make you viable.
As you say that, but I mean, when you talk about spirituality or any form of good and evil, like, for example, this whole issue that was brought up with the satanic slaying, people say, this is ridiculous. This is not about Satan. This is just, well, how else would you then explain it?
It's all about Satan. Satan got at those two women and had them commit murder.
Against this
ritual murder. That is Satanism of an inverted kind.
Mm-hmm.
But if I were to publish all the letters I've got from psychiatrists saying, could you do this because this person has this trait and this trait and this trait, I can't do anything for them, you'd be amazed what's said.
Father Malachi Martin is our guest, real-life exorcist with the Catholic Church. And, of course, this terrible satanic slaying that took place with a sister and mother killing a teen they thought was possessed. I promise, when we come back, no more questions. Right to our busy phones, 800-848-WABC if a line opens up. Stay tuned. You like that, Father?
I love that phrase. I love that phrase.
Father Malachi Martin is our guest. He is an exorcist with the Roman Catholic Church, and we're discussing good and evil and exorcism. And, these people have been holding for nearly an hour, Father, so I'm going to go right to our busy phones.
Why don't we chat with them?
This satanic slaying in Long Island that took place, and it raises so many other questions in, our day-to-day lives. Why do people do drugs? How do you have something like Pol Pot or Adolf Hitler or any of these?
That's right. Ted Bundy or whatever.
Ted Bundy or, Charles Manson, any of the...
That's right.
How does somebody rape a little girl? How do you describe people that are pedophiles? There's such sickness, illness, perversion, or is it more accurate to say evil? We'll start with William. He's in Huntington, Connecticut, a first-time caller on 77 WABC with Father Malachi Martin, who, by the way, has written a number of books, not the least of which is Hostage to the Devil.
That's right.
And would you have a number people can call later for that?
Yes, they can. They can call 980-6641.
980-6641, and you have a whole 15 books about.
I have 16.
16, okay. 16. William, welcome to the show. Thanks for hanging in there so long.
You're welcome, and thank you very much, Sean. Father Martin Dominus Vobiscum. Thank you for the work that you do.
Ecum Spiritu Tuo.
Gracias. For the work that you do, and in your writing. My question is twofold, and it is thus. In the book of which you may be familiar, Michelle Remembers, by Michelle Smith and Dr. Lawrence Pazer, that has gone up to the Vatican for review in the highest echelons of the Vatican. And has this book ever received any certification of the events that took place that are written in the book? And secondly, after the disaster of Vatican II was the tragic elimination of the prayer of St. Michael the Archangel. Should this prayer not be said by every Roman Catholic and at every Mass in every church throughout the world now, especially in these times?
Especially in these times, William. You put it all in a nutshell. I needn't repeat what you've just said. It should be repeated and recited daily by everybody.
I'm not familiar with the prayer you're talking about.
Blessed Michael Archangel, defend us in the hour of conflict. Be our safeguard against the wickedness and snares of the devil. May God restrain him, we humbly pray, and do thou, Prince of the heavenly host, by the power of God, thrust Satan down to hell, and with him all the other wicked spirits who wander through the world for the ruin of souls.
And as you know, Sean, this was given in a vision to a pope, and that's why this prayer was composed, because of the terrible vision that he had been given privy to.
Leo the 13th.
Thank you, Father. And again, do you know if there's any credibility to the book Michelle Remembers?
There is total credibility with it. But, you see, William, here's the difficulty.
Yes.
The Western world, especially the bishops of the Western world in America, Canada, and Europe, just about the time Michelle Remembers was published, they, on the whole, abandoned any belief in the devil.
Well, someone's going to be in for a very great surprise, and many of them.
That's certain.
Thank you, William. Appreciate the call.
Father, I am going to be writing you in the near future.
God bless you, William.
And you also. Thank you. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, William. Glad you called. Jane in Somerville on 77 WABC with Father Malachi Martin.
Hi, Sean.
How you doing?
Hi, Jane.
Thank you. Hello, Father. I just wanted to ask about another book, the Bible Code. Have you heard of it?
Yes, I've read the Bible Code.
Is it valid?
As a mathematical explanation of things, yes. As a part of revelation by God, I don't know. Jane, my difficulty is this. I'm not very good at numbers. And to make the calculation of all those figures, this is an interpretation of the Bible according to repetition and figures, Sean. I can't judge it myself. I know it's not part of revelation. That it has forecasts and has prophesied the destruction of Jerusalem, the liquidation of Israel, the restoration of Israel, etc. Und so weiter und so was, as we say in the German. I can't judge it myself. It's not part of revelation, Jane, and I wouldn't base my life upon it.
No, I wasn't planning on it.
No, but it's very interesting as a theory.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Glad you called. Christian is in Sayville, Long Island, a first-time caller on 77 WABC with Father Malachi Martin.
Good afternoon, fellas.
Hi, Christian. What's on your mind?
I just wanted to know what's your opinion on Ouija boards and whether or not they...
Well, I'll tell you something. If you use an Ouija board and you use it seriously, you're going to be possessed.
Really?
Yeah.
So it is a gateway?
It's an absolute gateway. Just as much a gateway as transcendental meditation. Do you know why, Christian?
No.
Because if you, as you do in the Ouija board, and as you do in transcendental meditation, if you lay yourself open to any message from any source, there's a very, very ready source waiting to give you messages. And it seems to work through the Ouija board and through transcendental meditation.
Is other meditation all right? I mean,
other meditation,
prayer
yes.
is a sort of meditation.
Oh, that's a different thing. It's not transcendental meditation, where the principle is to lay yourself open completely, make your mind blank, receive the messages, channel. Channeling is a part of it. And there are legions of demons ready to channel with you.
Well, do you? Thank you for the call, by the way, Christian.
Thanks,
call
Christian.
back anytime. We have spoken about angels, and you feel every person has two angels. Explain that.
They all have.
A destiny angel and a guardian angel.
The moment you're conceived, the moment you have become a zygote clinging to the endometrial wall of your mummy, you have an angel, a guardian angel. And that guardian angel is in charge of you until you die. You also have a birthday angel assigned to you on your birthday. And his job is to watch over your destiny. You're destined to be doing what you do at ABC. That's your destiny. You are destined to be a priest like I am, then I have an angel who takes care of that.
When you talk about destiny, though, you get into a whole discussion of whether or not you have free will also.
Well, you have, but see, God is so all-powerful, he can leave you with your free will and arrange everything the way he wants to, because he brings everything to you.
And the destiny is that this was what you were born to do.
That's right. You have a job to do in this life.
How do you know when you found your destiny?
You know it by the blessing you receive in it, and by the success you have in it.
By the contentment you have, the peace of mind in your heart?
Right, that's right. And the success. And also, listen, Sean, we're both mature men. You know when you're doing good. You know when you're doing evil. That's another norm.
Let's go back to our phones. Anna is in Woodbridge, another first-time caller on News Talk Radio 77 WABC with Father Malachi Martin.
Hello, Sean. Hi, Bruce. Hello, Father.
Hi.
Hello there, Anna. How are you?
I'm fine. I had a couple of questions.
Yes.
First, I wanted to also thank you for the work that you do, because it's so imperative.
Thank you very much. It's not me. It's the man above. But anyway.
And I think I agree with what you said earlier. We are under siege.
Of course.
And one of my questions was, in fact, to explain the prayer which you have and to explain the two angels. But what does one do when they really feel that they're a target? Now, being a target for Lucifer or Satan or any demon...
Have you got a pencil?
Yes.
Write down the following prayer if you're a target. O creature of God, in the name of God who created you, and that's directed to the demon that's targeting you, and in the name of Jesus who saved me, I exorcise you. Spit that in their eye. They hate it.
Could you repeat that again? Because I'm sure there are a lot of people at home who would like to write this down.
O creature of God, in the name of God who created you, and in the name of Jesus who saved me, I exorcise you.
Thank you. But can I ask one other question?
Sure.
I think that the demons or Satan tries to approach us not necessarily in a possession, but in making good people's lives difficult.
That's right.
As you said, and I think that's important, because if you're on a good destiny and you're doing something good, doing good work for good people and in goodness, that's something the demon hates, and he'll throw anything in the way to try to thwart your efforts.
He will use others to get to you.
That's correct. And I think that a lot of people maybe need to hear or to have some kind of reassurance sometimes to understand why they succumb to such hardships.
That's right, they do. And they need to also... I'll tell you, Anne, I only know one thing in my life. There's only one way to overcome suffering in this life. The suffering of pain, or the suffering of persecution, or the suffering of hate, and it's this, through our Lord Jesus. He has conquered everything.
Thank you, Anna, for the call. Wish we had more time. We got to take a break. We will continue more of your calls and comments coming up for Father Malachi Martin. He is an exorcist for the Catholic Church. You believe in evil, you believe in exorcism. Maybe you need an exorcism. News Talk Radio 77 WABC as you head on home. I'm Sean Hannity. We continue on. Father Malachi Martin is our guest. He is a real-life exorcist with the Catholic Church. And by the way, he has 16 books on the market. And last time we had him on the program, it was at night. And, for days I was responding to people's requests for his number. I'll give it out again soon, but the number now is 980-6641. And if you call me after today, I'm not going to give you the number, okay? We'll go to Anna. Oh, we just had Anna.
We did Anna.
We did Anna. Line 1, I think, changed, Mr. Jubileo. Jim is in Elmont on 77 WABC with Father Malachi Martin. How you doing, Jim?
Okay, Father Martin.
What's on your mind, Jim?
Excuse me?
What's on your mind?
Okay, first of all, I want to say up front that I am a Catholic.
Uh-huh.
I do believe in the omnipresence of God.
Yes.
But when you refer to Satan,
Yes.
you're referring to Satan as a separate entity, right?
Yes.
A single entity.
Yes.
How do you explain the expression of so much evil in the human race when we have over 5 billion people on Earth now?
Yes.
How do you explain the physical location of Satan?
He is not physically located. You see, when Sean and I are physically located, he's sitting in his chair, I'm sitting in my chair. I'm sure you're probably sitting in a chair too. That's physical location, because we have a physical body which can apply its dimensions to other dimensions. The devil, Satan, devils, demons, angels, because they're all fallen angels, have no physical dimensions. What they do is power. Power.
But you referred a number of times to Satan. I'm not talking about devils or demons or.
You're talking about specifically about this gentleman.
I'm speaking about the separate entity of Satan.
Yes, that's right.
He referred to many times.
It exists. It exists, and is in hell, and can exercise power over human beings if they allow it to have the power.
Thank you, Jim.
So one other.
Sure.
So you're saying then, in effect, that because I can't find anything in the Catholic Catechism about that.
Well,
you're saying he's got a whole army that he just sends out and has.
No, he doesn't send any army out. He has power, angelic power, to enter your mind and your will and your imagination, if you allow him. It's another world.
So would one of the remedies for this existence be a continual, persistent prayer?
Confession, Mass, Holy Communion, the Rosary, submission to God,
good work,
purity of life, good works.
Jim, we got to move on. Thank you for the call.
Okay.
Hope you got your answer. We have Sister Marie Paul in New Jersey, a first-time caller on WABC for Father Malachi Martin. Hi.
Sister?
Hello. Oh, boy.
She didn't persevere.
Hello?
Yeah, hi.
This is Patrick calling from Easton, Pennsylvania.
Hang on, we'll try Sister on line 5. I hit the wrong button. Who's this?
This is Sister.
Hi,
How you
Sister.
doing?
Hello, Father. Hello.
Hello, Sister. How are you? What's on your mind?
Father, first of all, I wanted to say that everyone really should get your book, Hostage to the Devil, because it helped myself and some other religious sisters actually really see that this is absolutely the truth. And
I'm so glad. I'm so glad.
Father, please, you have no idea. Myself and 3 other sisters entered a religious community a few years ago, and
yes.
Shortly after, there seemed to be, and this was before we read your book, this all happened, there was heresy, apostasy, and then there was unexplainable things that happened. Our spiritual director was able to help us become exclaustrate, which was permission to live outside the house.
That's right. That's right.
And we are now, thanks to the Lord, starting a traditional order of sisters that attends the traditional Tridentine Mass.
God bless you.
Oh, yes, it's wonderful, Father, really.
God bless you.
And you've been a big help, and you don't even know it. But
I don't need to know it.
Well, the thing is, Father, that we are concerned one thing, that since we were exposed to this environment...
All right, Sister Paul, why don't you hold your question? We're coming up on a break, and we won't have time for him to answer it anyway in this segment.
Hold on.
It's interesting, because you were in the Vatican, as we spoke earlier. How many years were you there? 7? You said?
8.
8 years, okay. And now we know that Pope John Paul II, who you knew him before he became Pope,
yes,
as a cardinal.
As a bishop and as a cardinal.
And then you knew him after he became Pope.
Sure.
So, like, if you called him up, he'd know who you are.
He would, although I wouldn't call him up. I'd be much more merciful to the poor man. He has so much to do. And then he's ailing at the present
No, he's not doing well. You can tell.
Good health.
I mean, as a matter of fact, there was a report out that somebody had to prop him up. He's got the trembling of the hands, and he's got a number of conditions.
He's got a very bad recalcitrant left eye that closes on him. And then he slumps into a chair and has to be lifted out of it, really.
Yeah.
And, no, this is a hard time for him.
He seems like a good man. Like, he seems look at what he's done.
There's no doubt about his goodness. He's a good man. There's no doubt about that.
And he's also stayed firm. You've been very critical here of Catholic priests.
Sure have, and bishops and cardinals, too.
That have basically, in your view, abandoned.
They've apostatized. The word apostasy is an old Christian word. It means you abandon the basic dogmas. But he hasn't. Now, the question of his visit to Cuba, one remark imposed itself immediately, Sean. Tell me one other man on the face of the earth could arouse such interest internationally.
Well, think back
by simply going...
Showing up.
Yeah, showing up.
In 1979, it was this Pope that made that tumultuous journey to his homeland.
And challenged the communists.
Challenged the communists. His visit began the process, really, that resulted in the creation of Solidarity, the trade union. And that became the time bomb to reduce the Soviet empire to rubble.
The liquidation of the whole darn thing. That was his doing.
There are some raising questions. As a matter of fact, we're debating this. You
Sure.
said you watch our TV show on Hannity and Combs.
Tonight.
And we have Ray Flynn, who is the former ambassador to the Vatican, on tonight. And we have a Cuban national who is upset that the Pope is going there.
Yep.
In part because we know that the economy in Cuba has been struggling for many years, especially since the decline of the former Soviet Union.
That's right.
As they were a puppet state of the Soviet Union, and they got millions and millions of dollars every year. And some are saying this is just a means of propping up the economy of Cuba, and that the Pope...
No, it doesn't prop up the economy.
Well, the fact that you're going to have the thousands and thousands of journalists and the money flowing in... that
Nothing can make up the huge deficit in the Cuban economy due to the stupidity and the tomfoolery of Castro economically and politically.
But, you know...
It'll take years to restore the economy in Cuba.
Isn't it amazing, though, just, you know, the official religion of Cuba, up until, what, a year ago, was atheism.
That's right.
And they made a special dispensation this past Christmas for the first time in many, many, many years and decades.
That's right.
Where they allowed people to recognize the Christmas holiday, but it was only a one-year exception. In 1998, they go back to not recognizing it.
And what people do not realize is this, though, Sean, and always keep it in mind. There was an underground church in Cuba, baptizing, saying Mass, hearing confessions, preparing people for death, all this time under Castro's nose.
The whole time?
The whole time. But this is the fortune of the Catholic Church. It is suppressed and persecuted and then comes back again.
Any luck that maybe lightning will strike twice here and this could precipitate the decline of Castro?
Oh, well, he's on his way out.
One thing that I disagree with the Pope about, and it's amazing the attack that he has come under as it relates to ordaining women.
That's right.
As it relates to his position on gay rights.
That's right.
And birth control.
That's right.
You stand with him on all those positions.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But it's amazing the amount of fire he has come under.
And he will not give in.
Well, as it relates to Cuba and the position of the Pope, he thinks the embargo by the United States should be lifted.
Well, he does, but he doesn't say it like that in a political sense. Mm-hmm. He says, look, if children are going to die, if people are going to be badly nourished, if they can't have certain operations, any normal civilized outlook is that they should be helped. And has our policy in Cuba paid off? Politically.
Well, 35 years and he's still there.
He's still there.
Well, there's one thing is the allegation is and I think it's more of a propaganda machine, is that the U.S. embargo prevents food and medicines for the people of Cuba and the children of Cuba. The reality is, and the truth be known, is that
it's Castro's fault.
It's Castro's fault, A, and B, they can still trade with Canada, they can still trade with Europe, and if they want these supplies, certainly they are very much available to them.
Of course they are, but he has made a fool of his people because he's impoverished them in the name of socialism, what he calls Marxism and socialism.
And it's been a drastic failure. Okay, let's get more calls. And first, Sister Maria Paul, her question for you.
That's right, you have a question.
Hello again. Yes, Father. What we're concerned about as we're starting to establish this new order is that since we were, and we know now from our spiritual director, it was definitely the presence of evil in the other convent.
Yes.
And it was documented.
Okay.
Is there something we should do before our house officially opens, or that we should do something as far as, I don't know, being maybe exercised or...
Would you write me a letter?
Yes.
Sean will give you my address.
Okay.
And write me a letter, remind me of this conversation, and then we'll talk.
Okay.
And give a telephone number.
Do you have a piece of paper, sister?
Yes, I do.
All right, his phone number is 980-6641.
Right.
You got that?
Yes.
980-6641. His address, 217 East 66th Street, New York, 121. You said the last time you were on the show you got, how many of you, a lot of letters, Father.
A lot of letters, yes.
Hundreds of them.
Hundreds, literally.
And we were on late at night then, so you get ready to be bombarded.
Sister, I want you to write me because Christ has a purpose in putting this order afoot.
Yes.
But you've got to guard against certain things.
That's right.
Thank you, sister.
Father, thank you. And thank you, Sean.
Glad you called. First-time caller. Mike in Brooklyn, another first-time caller on 77 WABC for Father Malachi Martin.
Hello, Father.
Mike.
Can you speak about the St. John Bosco prophecy?
Yes. The St. John Bosco prophecy is a very, very frightening prophecy, Mike. It's very frightening because it concerns this year and next year. It speaks of terrible things happening, a lot of suffering, a lot of pain for the present Pope, and a lot of punishment for lapsed priests and bishops. It's a very frightening thing.
Yes, go on, Father.
That's the essence of the Don Bosco prophecy, and it's very frightening.
Okay, now the Holy Father says that whoever is living in the next millennium will be happy. You agree with that, of course.
Well, I don't enjoy the gift of prophecy. If the Holy Father says that, he must have a good reason for saying that, Mike.
Okay, now you know the very reason, because of the defeat of the devil before the end of this century.
Of course. He will be defeated before the end of the century, before 2000 comes around. He will be defeated.
Why do you say that? Why do you have that timetable?
Because that's what we were told by the Virgin at Fatima.
Father, and you believe it's by the end of this, by the next 2 years?
That's right.
And what do you mean by the defeat of him?
Hitherto he's been allowed to have free leg. And we were not, earlier on the show we spoke about this. The demons let loose, as it were. He was a human image. Mm-hmm. But that's coming to an end. He's had his 100 years.
Okay, Martin, let me give you his phone number and address, and we'll try and give it one more time before the end of the program. His phone number...
Windswept House was published in 1995, July of 1995. It is now coming out in paperback. And we're talking with Father Malachi Martin, who is the author, best-selling author of that book, and other books of interest, The Keys of This Blood, The Final Conclave, and The Jesuits. Welcome to the program, Father. Good evening.
Thank you. It's good to be with you, Mike.
Let me ask you this before we get into the heart of the interview. Mm-hmm. Since Windswept House was published in 1995...
It was 1996, Mike.
I'm sorry, 1996.
June 1996.
Okay, since it was published in June of 1996...
Yes.
What has changed?
In what? In the church?
In the church.
The word change is not exactly the word. It would be more accurate if you said to me what has developed or what has decayed, what has gone obsolete, what has, in that sense of change, you know. Mm-hmm. Change can be a positive thing, and most of the changes in the Roman Catholic and Apostolic Church since June 1996 have been negative.
They've been negative?
Definitely negative. As an organization, we're going down. We're not going up.
Okay.
And that in most significant ways and insignificant ways. So if you ask me to change in that sense, the general overall remark would be that change is for the worse as regards the organization of the Catholic Church, the institutional organization composed of bishops and priests and dioceses and parishes and religious orders and institutes and schools. The overall picture is a blighted one.
Now, let's talk about how, because some of my listeners in the audience are obviously non-Catholic. I want to connect these things because I think they all do connect, and in previous conversations that we've had, they do connect. First of all, how did the Church ever get into this state? Why is the Catholic Church the brunt or the focus of, say, I guess a good word would be conspiracy by a certain group of people to get rid of it?
Well, you see, the word conspiracy can be used, provided one understands what a conspiracy is, because, for instance, I don't think you have read the board meeting, the notes for the July board meeting of the New York Times, have you?
No.
Yet they meet and they plan and plot the progress of the paper. They conspire together, but they're not going to publish what they talked about.
Right.
So if we speak about conspiracy in that sense, yes, but there's a wider sense of the word conspiracy. It is the the prejudice against Roman Catholicism in the United States. It's the last respected bigotry, which is quite allowable in the United States. You can no longer be publicly bigoted about Jews, about blacks, about homosexuals, even about Mormons or Muslims, but you can and are quite tolerated be very bigoted about the Roman Catholic Church. It is the last respected bigotry of Americans.
If I may read a quote from Winston Churchill, the thing about conspiracy is interesting. Now, we're going to touch on this, too, because I'm sure this has a large part to play in this.
Yes.
But he said from the days of Spartacus Weishaupt to those of Karl Marx, who is also known as Moses Mordecai Levi,
that's right,
and down to Trotsky, Bela Kun, Rosa Luxemburg, and Emma Goldman, this world conspiracy for the overthrow of civilization and for the reconstitution of society on the basis of arrested development of envious malevolence and impossible equality has been steadily growing. Now, that's Winston Churchill.
Yeah.
Now, he refers to a gentleman by the name of Weishaupt.
Yeah.
How much of what is going on in the world today regarding the Catholic Church and the New World Order, how much of this has to do with Adam Weishaupt?
A very great deal, because Adam Weishaupt was a great Freemason, member of the Lodge, and the Lodge are in the forefront of the general effort to neutralize and offset the influence of the Roman Catholic Church. It's Michael, when you get down to the point of speaking about conspiracies and plans and plots, of course, you will be laughed out of court because they'll just simply say, well, he is a conspiratorial type. He relies on conspiracies.
Right.
And therefore, it's not a very useful way of describing what's happening in the Catholic Church, especially since you're trying to put the blame in the wrong place. The changes that have taken place in the organization, the institutional organization of the Roman Catholic Church, the changes have been the deliberate work of three popes. John the 23rd, who was Pope from 1958 to 1963, Pope Paul VI, who was Pope from 63 to 78, and John Paul II, who was Pope from 1978 until this day we're talking.
Okay, now
they introduced the changes. They deliberately did so. And all the devastating changes that have been introduced was directly the work. All of them were directly the work of those three popes. So, I mean, what I'm saying is that no matter what enemies the Roman Catholic Church has, and it has enemies, and who hasn't got enemies, and we have rather a wide swath of enemies all over the world. We have. There's no doubt about that. And a lot of them are Freemasons, yes, and a lot of them are Jews, a lot of them are not Jews, a lot of them are just free thinkers, a lot of them are other religions like Mormonism, which heartily abhors the Roman Catholic Church, as do many sections of the Baptistic tradition. And there's a lot of those in America. There are about 90 million Baptists in the United States of different Baptistic traditions.
Right.
But they don't account for the deterioration of the church.
What I guess the thing I want to do when we come back for break is I want to get into what does account for the deterioration of the church, because I think that the audience will be surprised to hear that not only is it working for the deterioration of the Catholic Church, but it has much, much more far-reaching implications. Am I correct?
It's a wide application.
Yes. We're talking about not only the Catholic Church. I don't want anybody to get the wrong impression. This is not a program about the Catholic Church per se. However, what is going on with the Catholic Church is that the Catholic Church appears to be, and not only appears, but is, a major player in the upcoming New World Order, which we hear so much about today. And as we're going to hear from my guest, Father Malachi Martin, in just a moment, there is also another element in this mix that is working in other areas, and we're going to touch upon all of those. And very interesting program. Welcome back, Father.
Okay, thank you.
Now, before we went to break, we were talking about, the deterioration of the Catholic Church, and we were talking about...
As an organization.
As an organization.
Yeah.
Let's talk about why this is occurring.
Yeah. Before we do that, we should make make it clear to, at least I should make my mind clear to our listeners, namely that we make a radical distinction between the institutional organization composed of bishops and priests and dioceses and parishes and institutes and schools and universities and libraries, und so weiter, as our German cousins say. Between that, the institutional organization, and what we call the mystical body of Christ. And what is that? It is the assemblage of all those in a state of grace, what the Roman Catholics call the state of grace. And they are either in heaven, or they're in purgatory, or they're on earth, and they're observant Catholics. Okay. There's a distinction between those two elements that make up the Roman Catholic Church. Okay. Now, what is deteriorating is the organization. And the question we've just touched on, the fundamental question is what has caused it. And my remark was that it's our own doing. It was done by us to us. It was done by 3 popes, followed by their bishops, to the institutional organization. Why? Because of a meeting held in the 1960s, from 1962 to 1965, where a very clever, parliamentarily sage group of cardinals and bishops, under the prodding of 2 popes, decided to draw up a blueprint for the Church in the future, which would effectively liquidate the central mystery of Catholicism, which is the Mass, and which would reduce the status of the Pope, and that's a key element, reduce the status of the Pope to the status of the first among equals. And both of those things require explanation, but it was a blueprint drawn up, and it's taken just about 30 years to implement. And John Paul II, Pope John Paul II, the present Pope, he has achieved finally the complete deterioration of the organization itself. Now, you can ask, what is the motive? Why? The motive, I think, is misguided, of course, and was wrong in its calculation. Mm-hmm. But there was a great urge in the 60s at that meeting of the bishops. There were 2,800 of them, by the way, gathered in St. Peter's for 3 years.
Now, this is Vatican II you're talking about.
Vatican II, from 1962 to 1965. The spirit amongst them, and fomented by the popes in question, and by the cardinals, and the cardinals are very important officials around the Pope. The spirit amongst them was, at all costs, at all means, let's get with the world. We've been isolated. We're antediluvian. We are not talking to modern man as modern man understands talk. We're not with him in building his habitat. We've been too busy with our own spiritual matters and theological developments and converting people. Let's take a completely different attitude and let's join the world. And let's modernize everything. And the big word that John the 23rd used was aggiornamento, which means bringing things up to date. Now, that was their spirit. And in order to do that, they jettisoned, in the Vatican Council, they jettisoned sacred traditions that had always been traditions in the Catholic Church back to the time of the first popes in the 1st century. Peter, Linus, Cletus, Clement, and all the others. Mm-hmm. They jettisoned those and substituted more modern-sounding doctrines, especially on 2 or 3 capital points. One was about human liberty. The other was about marriage, the meaning of marriage, and the purpose of marriage. A third was concerning the Holy Father, concerning the Pope's authority. On those 3 points, they changed completely the organization of the Church. Now, why did they do it? I think it was a mistaken zeal to belong to the modern world, to catch up with it. And we have caught up with it in the sense that, Michael, today, if you study any country at all, even some mess of a country like North Korea or Albania, you'll find that, but in all normal countries, you'll find always there are three components, and only three. The first important component is the government. Government is terribly important nowadays, much more important than it was for our grandfathers and grandmothers.
Mm-hmm.
And the second component is the business community. And it's, in many countries, it's more important than the government, as in Switzerland or in Russia, modern Russia, and in the United States. Business is the fulcrum that moves the whole country.
It's the big thing.
And the third component is what we call that rabble of NGOs, non-governmental organizations. Everything from the International Firemen's Association to Mothers Against Drunk Driving to the Catholic Church and to all the churches. We are just NGOs. And it's a name taken from the United Nations. And we're in the marketplace. We're no longer consulted, especially by anybody. No church is. All governments are independent of that. Even the so-called Muslim countries like Saudi Arabia and Iraq and Iran and all those. The religion has very little to do with the way the government is run.
Now, there is an underlying...
Well, I finished it.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, the change is that the church is now competing in the marketplace, and competing with the weapons of competition, not with its spiritual power. Not with its spiritual power.
And therein lies the conflict.
As losing the battle, because the only weapons put in the hands of the church by Christ, who founded the church, are spiritual weapons.
That's it.
So that's where I think the difficulty started. Now, so much so, Michael, that, and this is going to shock some of even our non-Catholic listeners, we have now, the Catholic Church, in its latest statistical index, has just published that Catholics number 1 billion plus.
Wow.
Out of 5 billion, a population of 5.5 billion. And yet, you can safely say, if you're going to be frank, and of course, as the British say, bloody-minded, you're going to tell the truth and say that certainly 2/3 of those Catholics throughout the world, Latin America, Europe, Asia, Australia, Canada, USA, 2/3 are being led by the nose, unknowingly, out of the Catholic faith. Because they're not taught the Catholic faith as it was always taught.
Is this part of a, and we'll answer this after the break, but is this part of a larger grand design by someone?
Well, the only person who really designs history is Christ.
Okay.
He is the king of history.
All right.
And therefore, it's what he has in mind that we should concentrate. Of course, there are little plots and plans, and there are little foolish little lodges of Freemasons making their plots and plans. And there are still communists, and there are still anti-Catholics, and there are still sort of official atheists. There's everything as gross as NAMBLA, the North American Man-Boy Love Association, up to, something like Maurice Strong runs, sort of natural religion and recourse to a completely earthly life.
I guess it's Father Malachi Martin, author of Windswept House, a novel, talking about the main theme of the book is the undoing or the destruction, if you will, of the institution of the Roman Catholic Church. We're talking about reasons that this is occurring, and I wanted to find out, because one of the elements that we find in your writings, Father, is that there is it's heavily laden with references to Fatima.
Yes, it is. And that enters into the wider picture. We'll have to explain Fatima very briefly for our listeners so that they refresh their memory about it if they don't know about it. But the key, Michael, for me is this. When I survey what the churchmen have done to the organization since 1960, what they have done to it to destroy it and make it deteriorate. My feeling is, my theological feeling is, that Christ, who is the head of the church, and the Savior of mankind and the King of all nations, concluded when they had made their plans that were going to lead to this desiccation and deterioration of his church, the institutional organization of his church, he said, okay, go ahead. You know, Christ has a very, very permissive doctrine in this matter. For instance, I can drink liquor, so can you.
Right.
He won't send an angel to stop me becoming a drunk, becoming an alcoholic.
Yeah, that's your free will.
Yeah, that's right. He won't send an angel. And similarly, if I want to spread my wings as a sexualist, I can get all the diseases in the world, including AIDS.
Mm-hmm.
He won't send an angel. You give him the means to survive and flourish. You neglect them. Goodbye, pal. Sometimes he will exercise excessive mercy if somebody's praying for me and preventing me going too far. But that's a pure grace, and there's no guarantee it will ever come to me.
Right.
Similarly with the nations and with his churchmen, they want to make short-term judgments because they feel they want to be amongst the honored people of the nations. They want to be in the United Nations. They want to be acclaimed as modern men. They want to be completely à la page, as we say in the French, with all the new developments. Then Christ will say, all right, you know it's wrong. You know it's not my work. Your work is to save souls, period. And the only victory you should really claim is when somebody dies in communion with the church and doesn't go to hell, goes to purgatory or heaven. That's the only victory you should really claim. But you want another victory on earth. You want to build man's habitat, and you want to share in the glory of creating a new civilization, which is what two popes have said explicitly in the last 30 years. That has nothing to do with my message on the cross and with the salvation I've won for you all. But go right ahead, because I'm now getting tired of this organization. And just as I will leave a human body racked with liquor and with a venereal disease, I will let it perish, if that's the free will choice of the man. So I will let this perish and build something new in its place. So I think it's the permissive will of Christ, letting men's perversity, churchmen's perversity, and infidelities work out to the destruction of an organization which, in the final count, he doesn't need. He doesn't need. I think it's as simple as that. And you see, Michael, there's a scene in the gospel. You know, when Christ was crucified and died and put in the tomb, the day following, two of his disciples, decided to get out of Jerusalem because the Jewish authorities were looking for supporters of this Jesus whom they had just put to death as a troublemaker.
Mm-hmm.
And they started walking out to reach a town called Emmaus, which is about 6 miles from Jerusalem. And they were fed up because they had counted on this man, Jesus of Nazareth. They had counted on him to expel the Romans and reestablish the glory of the kingdom of David and reunite the 12 tribes and make Israel a name amongst the nations. And he was now a corpse. And they were talking about this with the usual face, and they met this stranger walking along who looked quite jaunty and happy. And he said, Shalom lachem. Hello. What's up with you? Why are you so sad? And they said, what's up with you? Do you not know what happened? They told the whole story of Jesus, and they counted on to expel the Romans and create the kingdom. And they said, he's now dead. So we're getting out. We're out of here, as we say in America. And he said to them, well, that's fine. I'm going the way you're going. Why don't we chat about it? And by the way, have you read Moses, the Pentateuch? And have you read Jeremiah and Isaiah about the suffering servant? And have you read the other books of the Bible, which is our possession? They said, yes, we have. Well, they said, did you not notice that every one of them, especially those you respect deeply, speak and say that the Messiah, if he does come to expel the Romans and recreate the kingdom of Israel, he must die. He must die crucified as a worm and no man, broken to pieces. And then by that time when they reached Emmaus, and he pretended, the Bible says, to go on, finxit ire longius, in the Latin version. He pretended to go on. They said, no, why don't you stay with us? Because as you talked, our hearts are burning. We've got some fire, some light in it. Why don't you come in and have some bread and wine for the night anyway? You can go on after that. He did. He went in, and they ordered bread and wine, and then at the break, he broke the bread into 3 portions. And at that moment, they recognized their beloved Jesus. And then they knew. So they paid their bill, I suppose, and rushed back to Jerusalem to talk to Peter and the others. And say, we've seen him. And Peter, of course, said to him, listen, we've seen him already. We know. He wasn't going to be outdone by any member of the team. And this is the fact. This is the brute fact about Christianity. We were founded on a gibbet, a cross, a dying man bleeding all his blood, mocked and whipped like a cur, and then buried in somebody else's tomb. Remember when Jesus took Andrew and Peter, I think, and John, he took them up to Mount Tabor, and he was transfigured in front of them with this brightness of divinity. And when they were coming down, he said to them, now we're going to Jerusalem, by the way, and I'm going to be crucified by the chief priest, and on the 3rd day I will rise again. And Peter, of course, the big boss, said, no, you won't. We've just been watching you and the prophets talking and God the Father. Come on. And Jesus said to him, get behind me, Satan. Meaning, you're stupid. You don't know the things of God. It behoves, it is necessary, it is fitting that I, the Messiah, be put to death and die, and thus into my glory. And apparently this is the law he has for his church. We've had our human glory in the papacy and in the Roman Catholic Church for almost 2 millenniums. That's a long, long time, 2 millennia.
Yeah.
And we have deteriorated successively since the 16th century, and now we're coming to the end of this of Catholic times as they were. And he is allowing this because he finally wants to have a church which is without spot or wrinkle, as Paul says, his bride. And this organization is not without spot or wrinkle, as you and I know. So that's his holy will. And that means that we're heading for a time when we will have at least dry martyrdom, if not very wet martyrdom. And it means the deterioration of the public image of the church. It means exclusion from the councils of the greats. It means that we're going to be a vast minority, treated as a dangerous minority, and we've got to put up with that until the skies light up with the presence of Mary and Jesus.
Would that be interpreted as the end?
No. Just a changeover completely.
Just a message.
Yeah, because the Antichrist hasn't been active yet. I mean, there's a whole chapter to be played out. The coming chapter refers to this desolation of the vineyard, this destruction of the organization, which is auto-destructing, as Paul VI, in his misery towards the end of his life, and he helped mightily in it, he said the church is auto-destructing itself. It's killing itself off.
Talk about some of that also in this program tonight. Father, to wrap up the National Hour, let's get a closing comment. Basically, we're in 1998. Is the Antichrist alive in the world today? Do you think he's there somewhere?
Oh, he's alive, but he's not.
His time isn't yet.
His public function has not started.
Okay.
Because he will have a public function. And by the way, there's no, if you want to spend a couple of minutes on it, there's no question we will recognize him. The Bible is absolutely explicit about it.
What are the signs?
There will be 3 things we will know it's the Antichrist. First of all, the world will be faced with problems that are insoluble as in our present condition of technology and wisdom.
That wouldn't be far off.
No, it's not far off. It's around the corner, but we're not there yet.
Okay.
We're not battled yet. If you go to the United Nations, I frequent the United Nations every week of my life. There's a jaunty, we can do spirit, which will be broken, of course. But I've no Schadenfreude about that. I have no joy at that. It's going to be misery for many people, compared to which the misery of Rwanda is a passing joke. Anyway, to But the first thing is there will be insoluble problems. Problems that will harrow the souls of men and women. Number one. Number two, there will be a map, visible, tangible, with a name and an identity, and he will have the solutions. He will have real solutions. That's the second sign.
Number three.
Number three is that people will turn around and say to him, you must be divine. You must be.
And we will worship
Only
him.
divinity, and of course worship him. And he will say, yes, I am. Kneel and kiss my feet.
And people will. I believe that people will.
They will.
Lots of them.
When you see that, then take your wife and kids and get the hell out of the way, because there's going to be a lot of trouble.
I know we laugh, but it's probably not going to be something to laugh at a time.
Because in that day there's going to be, we have experienced down in Florida, in Flagler County and a few more places, fire from heaven. That's a joke compared to what's going to happen.
I understand. We're about out of time for this first hour. Okay. What are you working on now? What projects are you working on now? You're working on another book?
3 projects.
What are they?
2 of them, yeah, writing, of course. And then I have a lot of consultation and a lot of talking.
When is your next book coming out?
That depends on the opportunity. At the present moment, the condition of the Catholic Church is so iffy, it's too long to explain in a few moments, that it's very hard to know when is the best time to publish a book. Because whatever book I published, I wanted to hit the button for that particular period. Windswept House did, because they predicted what was going to happen.
Yeah.
Down to details that really angered an awful lot of churchmen, because they felt that I had spied on them, and I hadn't.
Well, hey, their game needs to be exposed, and I think you've done a very good job at doing it, because there's a lot to this.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a program tonight that I think many, many, many of you are going to find of great interest. Whether or not you are a Catholic or not, whether or not you're a Catholic, this program will be of interest, because it does deal with some things that were going on inside the Catholic Church. Deals with a very famous personality who was involved in the Catholic Church. It deals with the subject of Zionism. We're going to tie it all together here tonight. Our guest is Jim Condit. Jim has been on this program before as a congressional candidate. He's someone who's been active in the traditionalist Catholic movement for a long time. He's also been involved in fighting vote fraud, done a wide variety of things. We're going to bring Jim up after the first break here, but I want to introduce the subject and explain my background and my particular interest in the subject of Malachi Martin. His name is spelled M-A-L-A-C-H-I. He's was until his death in 1999, a very famous writer. He was very, very popular among many traditionalist Catholics who considered him one of their spokesmen. He was also known to have been a critic of some of these modern movements in the Catholic Church, but evidently there was much more to Mr. Martin, Reverend Martin, Father Martin, than meets the eye. My first interest in the intrigues of Malachi Martin, however, came when my former employer, Liberty Lobby, was being driven out of business by a series of lawsuits. So here we go to the break already, folks. When we come back, we'll bring Jim Condit up, and I'll explain this a little bit more. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. Bear with me. I'm a little tired tonight, but I am alive, much to the regret of many. Stay tuned. This is Michael Collins Pfeiffer. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Michael Collins Pfeiffer coming to you from Washington here on the Republic Broadcasting Network. I understand our Internet connection is back up, so there are a few of you listening on the Internet tonight who couldn't listen last night, so welcome aboard. Okay, we're here to talk tonight about someone that I wrote about in my book, The Judas Goats. His name is Malachi Martin. He was an Irish-born priest who later became, he was a Jesuit. I know a lot of people are interested in the Jesuits. Well, he was a Jesuit, and then he later became a behind-the-scenes figure at the Vatican, and then later in life he was a very outspoken critic of the reforms of the Second Vatican Council. He was also an author of many, many books, novels, and otherwise, but I learned it back in about 1999 or 2000, shortly after Father Martin's death, that he had been a financial backer of an organization that was involved in the effort to destroy my longtime publisher, Liberty Lobby, publisher of the Spotlight. Malachi Martin was a secret supporter of the Institute for Historical Review, which had, up until some years ago, was a pretty good organization. And needless to say, this came as a bit of a shock to me because I said to myself, why would someone like this be supporting the Institute for Historical Review when it was trying to destroy Liberty Lobby? Well, it kind of made sense then when I started doing a little bit of investigation, because the early things that I found were pretty open. Malachi Martin was an old associate of William F. Buckley, Jr., the ex-CIA man who published the National Review magazine, and Father Martin was a religious editor for Buckley's publication, and Buckley himself and Buckley's former CIA colleague E. Howard Hunt had both tried and failed to destroy Liberty Lobby through lawsuits, but thanks to outspokenly anti-Zionist attorney Mark Lane, we defeated them in court. Major defeats. But they came back again. The same network came back again, took over the Institute for Historical Review, and launched a campaign to destroy Liberty Lobby. And the folks that were involved in that campaign to destroy Liberty Lobby let word leak after Malachi Martin had died that he had been financing the Institute for Historical Review. I thought that was very interesting, particularly since I also discovered that Malachi Martin had been writing for the American Jewish Committee's publication commentary. So I found some pretty damning things that were pretty much indicated that Malachi Martin's connections were kind of oriented towards the CIA and Zionism. But folks, as I pointed out in my book, The Judas Ghost, in a whole chapter of Malachi Martin, there was much more to this guy than meets the eye. And in the course of writing my book, I relied on a very interesting report that appeared in Criminal Politics magazine, published in April 1991. Criminal Politics is published out of Cincinnati by Lawrence T. Patterson. But I discovered that the person who was primarily responsible for getting a lot of that material together for Mr. Patterson's publication regarding Malachi Martin was none other than Jim Condit, who is with us now. Jim, forgive me for that long, drawn-out, complicated introduction, but I wanted to set the stage and just give credit where credit is due. You are the guy who really put things together, and you've shown that this guy, Malachi Martin, was, let's put it bluntly, a Zionist agent inside the Vatican.
Yes, hello, Michael, and no problem. Unfortunately, this is a complicated subject to be, in a certain sense, because the other side, they weave a lot of deception, and there's a lot of people, even many who may be listening, who are big fans of Malachi Martin. They believe he's just a tremendous, thank God we had somebody on the inside type of thing, you know? Exactly, but you've put some powerful stuff together there, Jim, and that's what I say. That's where I have to give credit where credit is due. Well, and I have to pass on. First of all, let me just state for the record that I'm Jim Condit Jr., because I always want to distinguish myself from my father, who again, has always been very supportive in our pro-life. I just don't want other members of my family to be in the crossfire if somebody decides to sue me for some of the... I don't think Malachi Martin is going to rise up. No. But we're going to talk about some other things here, including some news of the hour on on the attack on a lot of Catholic organizations yesterday by the Southern Poverty Law Institute.
Good. You know, the timing on this couldn't be any better.
Yeah.
I just heard about that this afternoon down at the American Free Press office when I was visiting.
We'll get back to that. But the Southern Poverty Law Center, which you all have done such a good expose on over the years, just came out with the 12 dirty dozen of, quote, anti-Semite, unquote, Catholic traditionalist groups. But at any rate, getting back to this Malachi Martin thing, I have to pass on the credit to, I was working for Lawrence Patterson for that year of 1991, and a friend of mine in Texas, Gary Giuffre, who will maybe mention his website, which has some other information on the crisis in the Catholic Church right now that is worth reading. Gary had known Malachi Martin and had some brushes up with him. And when he first approached him, he thought he was what he appeared to be, a conservative Roman Catholic writing and so on and so forth. Gary was the one who actually uncovered a lot of this information. I was writing for L.T. Patterson, ghostwriting articles, and he passed it on to me. It was such a good story, we put it into an article, and L.T. Patterson was delighted to publish it. However, one of the key facts I have to tell you, though, was in fact, the first publication that tipped everybody off on this was the Spotlight around 1976 or so, maybe 1977 or even 1980. Joseph Camp, do you remember that name?
Yes, indeed I do.
Joseph Camp was a writer for the Spotlight, and he was the one who published the Look magazine article in 1967, which I'll mention in a second, identified a priest spy in the Vatican for the B'nai B'rith. Now, the Look magazine was shut down about a year after this article ran. I think it was actually 1966 that this article ran in Look. It's in your book, The Judas Goats. I know you catalog there. I'm looking at the book right now. And a year later, Look magazine was shut down. Now, Look magazine was run by a Jewish publisher whose name escapes me, but he must have stepped out of line by publishing this article. I don't know if he just thought it was a good story. And he revealed that the article was called How the Jews Changed Catholic Thinking, okay? And it was all about the intrigues at Vatican II, which had the document, one of the documents of Vatican II, which is called Nostra Aetate, which then exonerated any guilt on the part of any faction of the Jewish people for the crucifixion of Christ. And, of course, it's right in the Gospels that the Sanhedrin was determined to get rid of Christ. Even in one of the Gospels, the high priest Caiaphas, who we'll also mention again in a modern-day context before this interview is over, but Caiaphas says to the people, to the assembled Sanhedrin, the high priest, at one point, do you not understand this one man must go so that the nation will, or this one man must be killed so that the nation survives? Something like that. Very close. That's a very close paraphrase. So he's saying right there, look, whatever the case is with this guy, he's politically going to, if his popularity keeps growing, he's going to destroy our idea of a worldly kingdom, which of course is what Zionism has blossomed to be, or anti-blossomed to be, and so we got to get rid of him. So it's clear as a bell that the high priests were plotting against Jesus in the Gospels, but what I'm going to say, and remember, I'm speaking as a Roman Catholic. I was raised Roman Catholic. I'm speaking as a Roman Catholic who is going to suggest that the church, my church, has been hijacked by Zionism. And I'll make an analogy to that in a second, but let's go back to the 66 Look magazine article, where in this article, strangely enough and unbelievably, you know how the news always wants to expose everybody they can. I mean, in the tabloids, all the way to the news. If in the O.J. trial, every person had to be dressed. Faye Resnick, Ron Goldman's sister, everybody they want to, expose them. Well, this article said there's a priest spy in the Vatican for the B'nai B'rith, but we're not going to name him. We're going to call him Father Thomas Fitzpatrick O'Boyle or something like that. In other words, they announced that we're going to not tell you who this priest is. We're going to put a pseudonym down. Now, when's the last time we saw a major publication with a juicy story kind of recognizing that one of the players is such a key player in the overall ruling elite pantheon that they don't name him? But this is what happened, okay? And so it turned out that Joseph Camp, in the Spotlight, circa 1977, revealed that priest spy was Malachi Martin. Okay?
This comes as, you just told me something that I didn't know, and I worked for the Spotlight.
well, Camp did a number of tremendous articles back then. So anyway, Malachi here Malachi's hanging out now, and in one of the ways, this is not speculation, incidentally, because I think probably the reason that Camp did this article was around that time, it was around 1977, Malachi Martin appeared on McNeil-Lehrer Report, and suddenly at that appearance, he announced that he was going to be a leader of the conservatives. He said he didn't. Now, up until then, he was a revolutionary, and we'll get into that. But he suddenly it was kind of like the current man sitting on the papal throne, Joseph Ratzinger, who's now taking the name Benedict XVI. I want to say clearly that I believe the evidence will show that he is an anti-pope. He's not a true pope of the Catholic Church. He's an anti-pope. But Benedict Ratzinger was a total revolutionary in the 60s and 70s. And then in the late 80s, all the papers and a lot of the Catholic papers came up and said, here is your leader, Joseph Ratzinger. Well, a lot of us who had been fine, they said, wait a minute, this guy is a complete revolutionary. He's not our leader. And the same thing with Malachi. Anybody that knew his history up to then, when they saw him go on McNeil-Lehrer and say that he thought the new Mass was invalid and he didn't like Vatican II, and now he's a big conservative, and I think Joseph Camp did this article to expose who Malachi Martin really was.
Yeah, Jim, we got the break coming up, but I think we got a good start there. Ladies and gentlemen, Jim Condit Jr., who's an expert on many things, and I'm not exaggerating, but he's with us here tonight to talk about Malachi Martin, and we're going to talk more about the Southern Poverty Law Center and their campaign against the real good Catholics. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. Michael Collins Piper. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Michael Collins Piper here. Very provocative show this evening, guaranteed. We are talking about a priest who was a Zionist agent inside the Vatican during its famous Vatican II conference. He was an agent for B'nai B'rith, the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith, and evidently also, if the information we have, he was also working on behalf of the American Jewish Congress to change Catholic thinking. And the fact that this Zionist agent was acting inside the Catholic Church was first revealed in an article in the January 25th, 1966 issue of Look magazine, very mainstream magazine. It had an article entitled How the Jews Changed Catholic Thinking. And as our guest, James Condit Jr., has pointed out, that article candidly admitted that there was a Zionist agent inside the Vatican, but they gave him a pseudonym. Well, now we're here to tell you that that Zionist agent inside the Vatican was Father Malachi Martin, who later came out and pretended to be a critic of the Vatican II so-called reforms that were enacted as a consequence of the very intrigue that he helped orchestrate. Now, folks, we're not talking a conspiracy theory here. We're talking conspiracy fact. Anyway, Jim, you were talking about Joseph Camp, my old colleague at the Spotlight had written on Malachi Martin, but you really dragged all the dirty laundry out when you put it together as you did in a very brilliant piece for L.T. Patterson's Criminal Politics.
Well, thank you. And, of course, as I said, I got a lot of that info, almost all of it, in fact, from Gary Giuffre, who had met Martin. And, of course, Martin was alive at that time. He didn't die till something around 2002, maybe, or something.
I think it was 1999.
1999, yeah, 1999.
He has died and gone to hell. There's no question about that.
We can always have hope that someone repents at the last, or that he had. And I say that sincerely, and I say that the Catholics who really idolize him, we can hope he saved his soul, but let's not put on rosary-colored glasses and deny what he did while he was living and what he was. And he was playing both sides of the fence all the way up to the end, as far as I can tell. And we as Catholics we're taught most time people die as they live. You do have deathbed conversions, but let's not get overly optimistic either, because usually people die as they live. They don't live a horrible life and then at the last minute really have any kind of a true repentance. So anyway. Point is that I wanted to make just to draw this together, because a lot of people, especially those who idolize Malachi Martin and felt he was such a great source of info for him, are probably ready to throw tomatoes at the radio or the computer now while they're listening to this. But I want to verify or give them a way to check
exactly
that Malachi. We're not guessing that Malachi Martin was the priest spy for the B'nai B'rith, back and forth between the B'nai B'rith and Cardinal Bia's office in the 1960s during Vatican II, to bring about this horrendous change in the way that the Vatican Council II characterized many things, including exonerating the Jewish leaders in the death of Christ. But so what happened is that Martin, in the Look magazine article, they said that the priest spy wrote many books and articles, and one of them was The Pilgrim, a book that he wrote as The Pilgrim under the pseudonym Michael Serafian. That was what they said in the Look magazine article. Well, I don't know if it was greed or stupidity or what, but when Malachi started to publish his books years later, when he got a dispensation to leave the Vatican, and it was laicized, I think, from being a priest, that meant he was allowed to wear lay clothes, and he wore business suits all the time and so forth. Malachi, in his books, and if anybody's got any of his books in their bookshelves, Keys of This Blood, or the Jesuits was another one of his books, or The Decline and Fall of the Roman Church, or the Final Conclave. The Final Conclave was another book he wrote. If you open the book at the beginning, it tells you all the books that Malachi Martin wrote, and he puts in there that his first book he ever wrote was The Pilgrim under the pseudonym Michael Serafian.
Right, there we go. There is the absolute proof that Malachi Martin was the priest spy inside the Vatican described by Look magazine. And this is a point that it is highly revealing, and I have heard people say, oh, well, maybe he had a change of heart.
Well,
I kind of find that hard to believe.
Well, not only that, his actions did not indicate that. He was playing both sides of the fence in the last decade or so of his life, for sure, and even pretending to play both sides of the fence since 1977. But if someone's listening to this and they weren't raised Catholic or whatever, they might be thinking, okay, well, that's an interesting piece of trivia there, but what in the world does that got to do with next year and the Iran war and all this type of stuff? And
good point.
And that's what I want to draw together here. Yeah. And the easiest analogy I can make is this for people, why every person on earth needs to be interested in this subject, just like we all need to be interested in what's happening to Protestants in America. As you know, Mike, in America, two prominent preachers have been put forth to turn the fundamentalist and the evangelical Protestant churches into nothing but servants of Zionism, and that is Pat Robertson and Jerry Falwell would be probably the two most prominent. And everybody should be interested in this transformation that's been made, and if you follow these guys and you really look at what they say, they really only seem to have one ultimate tenet in their religion, and that's to serve and worship modern-day Israel in all the evil that they're doing.
Absolutely. All right, we have a break coming up. Jim, hard to believe a half an hour has gone by, but a half an hour with lots of solid facts.
And we'll tie this together.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got a 25-minute stretch coming, and we've got a lot more to bring you, so stay tuned. This is Michael Collins Piper coming to you from Washington with James Condit Jr. out of Cincinnati. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is Michael Collins Piper coming to you on rbnlive.com, and I want you to get your pen and paper handy because we're going to give you some contact information for our guest here tonight, James Condit Jr. That's C-O-N-D-I-T. We're talking about something that, as Jim pointed out before the break, is not just a Catholic issue. It's a Christian issue. It's an issue that it affects our entire world, really. This issue of Zionism and how it has infiltrated all of the Christian churches in one form or another and has really redirected a lot of things in a very negative way. So, Jim, just go back on the course you were following there before we went to the break. You were talking about Jerry Falwell, for example, and Pat Robertson.
Yeah, I was trying to make clear why this issue of the takeover of the Vatican is relevant to everyone in the world, because all the world powers, more or less, are pushing towards more war in the Middle East that could easily erupt into millions of people getting killed. As you know, the neocons are trying to find some excuse to make so the American people will accept the nuking or the vicious attack on Iran, at least, you know. And what I'm saying is, just as the Protestants have been misled by the highly publicized Jerry Falwell and Pat Robertson, while some minister like Ted Pike is unknown to the general public who's telling the truth about about what's the warmongering of Zionists and our American government elite. So the same thing has happened to the Catholics. And believe me, 9 out of 10, 99 out of 100 Catholics would stand up and vehemently object to what I'm about to say because the deception is so great. But ever since 1958, when I was 5 years old, these Zionists, or as I sometimes call it, the upper echelons of Judeo-Freemasonry, Judeo-Masonry, which is about the same thing as the top echelons of Zionism, took over the Vatican. And that is Malachi Martin then, shortly after that time, began to operate as one of the key operatives. And that's why this is relevant. At least everyone I would ask, even if you're irreligious or you look at yourself as a non-religious, I should say, to at least look at this as an important historical phenomenon. Because
and it's hardcore politics.
It's hard. It is. Here. It is, because you're going to see Benedict over there or John Paul II. They're going to issue some words in favor of Lebanon or in favor of some of the Arabs, but they're not going to do anything to step in the way of the Zionist drive for more war and more conquering. In fact, I would submit they're completely secretly on the side of the Zionists, and the lip service they give is only to fool the Catholics and the world. Now, we're not going to have time to get into that whole subject of the takeover of the Vatican in 1958, and that's why I'd like to recommend a website.
Please do.
At the moment, it only has 3 articles on it, but they're all worth reading. The website is called www.october1958.com. That's October1958.com. And that was the month that Pope Pius XII died.
Okay.
And then white smoke, and you'll see this in one of the articles, including an AP Associated Press picture of this incident. White smoke, which is the sign a pope has been elected, came up from the Vatican Sistine Chapel on October 26, 1958, for 5 minutes. The Vatican announced for 30 minutes, we have a pope has been elected. The Swiss Guard came out to greet the Pope, and then something happened, never explained to this day, when suddenly they said, well, wait a minute, something's wrong. Swiss Guard back in the barracks. Something's gone. The priest who was the announcer at the radio at that minute, after 30 minutes, said, they're telling me a mistake has happened. This is not possible. The answer must lie elsewhere. He knew that everything that had happened meant a Pope had been elected. Then 2 days later, out comes John the 23rd, who my faction says is the first anti-pope. He then called Vatican II, and Vatican II made all these horrendous changes, contradicting the last 2,000 years of Catholic teaching in some points. And then after that, you had a complete demolition in the Catholic Church. Anybody who's as old as I am knows that if you walk in a Catholic church now, it is a completely different service, a completely different feel. This may only mean something to Catholics, but when I was young, when you received communion, you knelt, and there was a patent. The server boy held a patent under your tongue, under your chin, so that if any parts of the host fell, it would be caught, because we believe that's the body and blood of Jesus Christ. Well, when the demolition crew got in, they had people stand, and they took away the patent. So now they give communion in the hand, so there's crumbs falling all over the joint, and people are walking on them. I don't want to get off in this too much, but I'm just trying to give one example.
It's a good illustration, Jim. You know, now that website you said is October1958.com.
That's it. And there's only 3 articles. One of them goes into the white smoke in 1958. The other 2 are on other subjects, but it's worth at least glancing over, and Catholics may want to read it carefully. Now, if I were a non-Catholic, let me again try to talk to everybody who's listening.
Right.
Because I don't want people to feel, well, I mean, they could in one kind of peer into somebody else's troubles. they could do that.
You know, let me tell you something, Jim. This is very interesting that you brought up Joe Camp, because I have here in my library an unpublished manuscript by Joe Camp. Maybe we should get it into publication. It is a book, the last book that he wrote.
Oh.
And it was a book about the Zionist infiltration of the Catholic Church and of many, many Christian, many Protestant churches, and this push for these types like Jerry Falwell and so forth. So this is something.
Sounds critical.
Something which is very much on point, very much relevant to to what's happening in our world today.
It sounds like it's a critical book, yeah, and needs to be published fully. Now, the point here, getting back to this thing though, is that talking to everybody who's listening, if I were not raised a Catholic, you might say, and I fell away from the church for a while, as most people living did when all those changes came, but if I believed that the Catholic Church was not a church founded by Christ, I would say, hey, look, the whore of Babylon is collapsing. If anyone who and this is what gets me so frustrated with my fellow Catholics, they're like Bush supporters. They want to put on their glasses and make all kinds of things that aren't because they just can't face what's happening. So I can understand a Protestant or a Jewish person or a Muslim or saying, well, this is just a man-made institution. It is collapsing, and it's going to collapse. And if it is a man-made institution, believe me, it'll never recover. I would ask everyone, in case things go certain ways that are surprising in the next 2 decades, and you see some amazing things happen, and Catholics start to retake the Vatican, which will not happen probably by any kind of a traditional force of arms or anything, but if you see events go that way, then if the Catholic Church rises again and all this is exposed as having been a counterfeit takeover, then you might, at that point, say, well, maybe God is behind this institution. So either way, the point I want to make here on this program, relevant to your audience and your general tone of your shows, is the Vatican is a problem in pushing for this Zionist war that they want, okay? And millions of people might die if they get their way, as you know, Mike. I mean, you know a lot more about this than I do. And what I'm trying to say is the Vatican is the Catholic version of Jerry Falwell and Pat Robertson, and I hope that makes the point as to why this subject is important.
That's a very good analogy, Jim. Yeah, exactly. That's ideal. That I think that's the.
Now can I address one other group that's listening, no doubt, and because I know you and I we're all of us that are in the conservative and right-wing movement, we run into all the different types of beliefs. There is a group of people who sincerely believe that at the power behind the throne is really the Jesuits. You've heard this, I'm sure.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now, Malachi Martin was a Jesuit, and what I would like to suggest to people here is that the facts just don't hold this up. If you really look at where the last few centuries and all this business, even this idea that there's monarchical families behind the Zionists, this is a fantasy. All the monarchies were knocked off their throne, including the Tsar of Russia, and all the Catholic monarchies were knocked off as far as running things at World War I. There wasn't one major monarchy left. This is complete fantasy, and I'll tell you what I've done to try to maybe move this debate along a little bit, because there's many people that sincerely hold this. Some of the more famous people are Tupper Saucy, who is a lecturer, and he wrote, his band wrote the song Morning Girl. Do you remember that song from the 70s?
No, I don't, Andre.
Okay, well, that was a popular song, and I like it. It's a good song. It's one of the 2 songs that kind of somehow explain the emptiness of the one-night stands that a lot of girls went through, inadvertently anyway. The Morning Girl is one, and Second Avenue by Tim Moore, another obscure song, is another one. Art Garfunkel did it, but both of those really, in a backhanded kind of way, exemplify the emptiness of the sexual revolution, the one-night stand versus a lifelong commitment and that type of thing. But Tupper Saucy's group wrote that song. He's a big one that the Jesuits are behind everything, running it through the Vatican. Barry Shamish, who's an Israeli activist, he's another one. And there's a guy on the Internet named Roger Rancourt, who I have unasked, I've gotten a lot of emails from him. So I've challenged any one of them to a live debate, as long as it's filmed and it goes up on the Internet, on the question, who rules the world, the Jesuits or the Zionists? Because when you look at it, the Jesuit thing, John McLaughlin of McLaughlin Group is about the only prominent Jesuit that you can even find, where all the ownership of the media and you name it is all by the Zionists. So anyway, to move that debate along, I've made that challenge, and this fellow Roger Rancourt has accepted. So we're going to have to make the time and the place and so forth. Now,
good for you.
Now, let's see. Let me back up, and you may want to take some calls. Let me say 2 more things about Malachi Martin that we found out from a Jewish reporter in Cincinnati. We got the articles from him, named Ben Kaufman. Now he's retired, I think, but he wrote here for many decades for the Cincinnati Enquirer. And a friend of mine who's passed away, a lady named Barb Desborough, who was a leader of the Appalachian community, she had done a lot of favors for a lot of these reporters over the years, and when she heard about all this, when when my friend Gary Giuffre came up here in the late 80s, she asked Ben Kaufman for, well, there was an old priest who said, hey, I think I remember in the early 70s, Ben Kaufman did some interviews with Malachi Martin. So we asked Barb, and she got Ben Kaufman, who she had done many favors for, to send her those articles that he wrote with Malachi Martin in 1971. Now, what happened was, Martin had been a scandal in Rome, and there's a book out called Clerical Error by one of the big writers whose name escapes me during the Vatican II deal, and he tells how Malachi Martin seduced his wife, took his wife away from him. Well, this was that's a book that's out on the public. I mean, it's a mainstream book. Malachi was accused of this a number of times, and he became an embarrassment. And for a number of reasons, they defrocked him. The information I have from someone high up in the John Birch Society years ago who told somebody else, although I would double-check this before you used it, is that when Malachi left the Vatican in about 1970, he went and worked for the B'nai B'rith of Paris for 1 year, so he would have a way to make ends meet. But we know for a fact that he, as you pointed out already, he then went and wrote for Commentary magazine for a year or two, and then he wrote for the CIA agent and Zionist toady William Buckley's magazine, National Review. These things we know for sure, So I don't know. Do you think if you got laid off at the American Free Press, Mike, that Commentary would let you work there for
I
you?
somehow doubt it. I think, I really wouldn't even put in an application. But
well, now let's go. What did Malachi do then? He started writing. If anybody looks at his early books, The Pilgrim and Jesus Now, you're going to see some very disgusting language in it. And he was doing a book tour through the Jewish network when he came to the United States. But in those two articles that Ben Kaufman did, now this was before Malachi apparently got the word that he was going to be the great conservative when we got to the end of the 70s and the 80s. So here's in these articles, which I have a copy of and other people do, and Michael Hoffman made from what you say in your book, would you believe that Malachi says in one of these articles, as a young priest, now this is when they were getting all the stuff done at Vatican II, as a young priest, I would go into old cardinals and shake skeletons in their face to get their compliance to what we were doing. The power became intoxicating. That's right in one of the Ben Kaufman articles.
in other words, he was blackmailing the cardinals.
Absolutely. Or threatening them or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, a good threat would be, hey, your niece, do you want to see your niece alive? Or do you want to see that she met a horrible end with ways that we don't want to talk about on the radio and then being killed? I mean, it could have been that. It could have been people who were compromised by money, by sex. This is the way that the background ruling elite has always worked. Okay, so then the other article, incredibly, I think this had to be a cue to all of the people reading who were on the other side that Malachi was cueing. He says, in the other article, he says, one of my ancestors, Malachi Martin, M-A-L-A-C-H-I, is the Jewish spelling of Malachi. The Christian spelling is M-A-L-A-C-H-Y, like the famous Saint Malachi that gave us name to all the several centuries of popes in advance. He gave a little nickname to them, which has come out to be amazingly correct in many ways. So Malachi spells his name the Jewish way, and he says in this article, one of my ancestors came to Ireland, having fled from France in 1492. He was a banker, and he had to flee France in 1492. Now, who would have been fleeing France in 1492, Mike? That was when Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand, out of desperation, threw up their hands and evicted, because there were so many Jewish individuals who were helping the Muslims, trying to help the Muslims betray Spain into the hands of the Muslims. They threw up their hands and kicked all the Jewish people out of Spain because they didn't know who to trust. And he's telling us that in that year, a Spanish banker fled to Ireland, and that's one of his ancestors. He mentions that right in the Cincinnati Enquirer, right in 1971, which, as I say, thankfully an old priest who was dying then, Father Ramsey, he was in near death, but when we went to visit him, when Gary Giuffre came to town, he just said, incidentally, try to track down those Ben Kaufman articles, and they had these bombshells in it. Now, let me make one more comment, and then I'll quit my filibuster here.
No, please, go ahead.
In case you want to take calls, or if you want to just keep talking. But in your book, and I highly recommend everyone get the Judas Goats, not only for this chapter, but for all the chapters. But you go to this book, chapter you have on Malachi Martin, Zionist agent in the Vatican, And you have a very important picture there. It's a picture of Paul VI, who we say is the second anti-pope after 1958. John the 23rd was old. The Zionist media called him Good Pope John from the get-go. He called Vatican II, but he died in 1963. And then this fellow, Montini, took the name Paul VI from 1963 to 1978. The preponderance of the evidence is that Montini was a secret Jew. Of course, we all know there's a lot of Jewish people who are working for what's right. There's also a history of Jewish people who have pretended to be Catholics or pretended to be this or that. And Montini's family was one that had been suspect for centuries in many ways, or at least they had been cataloged for centuries as being part Jewish. Some of them were Jewish and some of them were Catholic. Well, Montini took over, and that's when all the changes happened between 1963 and 1978. They changed the Mass. They changed 5 of the 7 sacraments. All the good bishops were routed out in favor of people like Joseph Bernardine.
Here we go. We've got the. Oh my God, Jim, it's all ready. We Folks, this hour has gone all too fast. We're coming up to our final 5 minutes. I don't think we're going to be able to take any calls tonight because we're getting so much good information here from Jim, I don't want to shut him down. Stay tuned for our big wrap-up, folks. All right, folks. Welcome back. Michael Collins Piper here with James Conda Jr. This hour has gone by all too fast, but we've gotten a lot of good, solid information here that should make you think. I want to ask Jim right now. Jim, are you available to come back tomorrow night?
I think so, yes.
Okay, well, Jim, let's plan on that because we had a couple callers who came on board,
sure.
And I know they probably had some very good questions.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Can I kind of make 3 quick points to tie this together?
Please do, because like I say, tomorrow night we'll continue this if necessary.
This is for everybody to think about till tomorrow night. So in your book, I was saying that Paul VI, who we think is a clear infiltrator for Zionism, when he went to the United Nations, he was wearing the emblem of the high priest Caiaphas that condemned Christ to death in the New Testament. You have that picture in your book. You have the high priest emblem circled of the high priest of the Jewish temple, and many people think that he wore that as Caiaphas delivered Christ to Pontius Pilate, that Paul VI there was symbolically delivering the Catholic Church to the powers of this world at the United Nations when he went there in 1965. Second blatant example to show that it's a different church, a counterfeit church. Pius X in 1904 met with Theodor Herzl, the so-called founder of Zionism. Herzl said, would you help us establish Israel in the Palestine? Pius X, a true pope, said to him, since you do not recognize our Savior, we cannot recognize your enterprise. 87 years later, in 1991, the current man on the papal chair, Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger, did all the footwork, and John Paul II recognized Israel, the exact opposite of what Pius X said. And he said when he recognized it, this has always been the position of the Catholic Church, which is a total lie. And, of course, he was recognizing a counterfeit Israel, this Zionist entity that is there. Finally, we talked at the beginning of the show, Mike, about the Southern Poverty Law Institute, which has $120 million in their bank account. I don't know what poverty is doing in their name. They attacked all the top 12 Catholic groups they fear, such as Father Nicholas Gruner, Catholic Family News, the Remnant, and so forth, at the St. Benedict Center. And you know what they said about these 12 groups? Now listen to this. Here's a degenerate, child sex, pro-abortion, everything anti-Catholic you can think of group led by Morris Dees, at least led by him at one time. You know what they said? All of these groups need to accept Vatican II. They all need to accept Vatican II.
The Southern Poverty Law Center says that Catholics need to accept Vatican II.
So you can see this on their website now. What more proof do we need than the Look magazine article was right? Vatican II was a Jewish operation. This counterfeit church occupying the Vatican since 1958 is a Zionist operation. What more proof do you need than you see Morris Dees, who hates everything about traditional Catholicism, demanding that all Catholics accept Vatican II?
Well, you know, I think that says it all right there. I mean, they've obviously turned into theologians. They're modern-day Catholic theologians at the Southern Poverty Law Center, apparently.
Right. And I would ask all the Catholics who are still under the delusion that Benedict is a true pope and Vatican II is a true council, why do you suddenly have at your side, those of you who are saying we should still accept these things, why do you have at your side the worst elements of the human race telling us all that we should accept Vatican II and forget 2,000 years of Catholic history. So.
Interesting. You know, Jim, that's a perfect wrap-up for the evening here.
Okay.
Listen, tell the audience where they can get in touch with you. Your website, one of your websites is thetruth247.com.
Yes.
Thetruth247.com.
And then they can also, we have realnews247.com. That's REAL. We have votefraud.org. And P.O. Box 11339, Cincinnati, Ohio 45211, but we can give that address tomorrow night.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Jim Condit here, and we'll look forward to talking with him further tomorrow night. And we'll open up the phones right away because I know you're going to have some questions. Thanks, Jim Condit
Thank
Jr.
you.
Thank you very much for a great hour. Real solid information. People are listening because they can handle the truth. Right here on the Republic Broadcasting Network. Thanks for listening in, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you found this as informative as I did. I learned a lot here tonight. The kind of information we need to fight to save our world. Stay tuned for more good programming here on RBNLive.com. See you here tomorrow night. Well, folks, I wasn't sure I was going to do this broadcast tonight because I had some other things that I still have to do, unfortunately, but we had such a great show last night with our guest, Jim Condit, that I could not let it pass and not ask Jim to come back again tonight so that the callers who didn't make it up last night could come aboard. So if you called in last night with a question for Jim Condit Jr., I might add, I invite you to do so. The number is 800-313-9443, 800-313-9443. Jim has joined us again, and I have to say, Jim, welcome aboard.
Thank you, Michael.
Jim, I was thinking, you talk pretty fast, and I want to tell you, not too fast for our listeners, though, because they're quite capable of absorbing a lot of information. I think you probably, just by talking fast, got so much good information in last night, it was the equivalent of a 2-hour show.
Well, I apologize because I know this is a curse I've been with all my life.
No, Jim, don't apologize. Don't take up time with apologies because you took up time last night with lots of solid facts that people needed to know about. And I just want to review the show very quickly last night before we go to the break.
Okay.
Number one, I think we firmly established beyond any doubt that Malachi Martin was not the great traditionalist Catholic that many, many people view him to be. On the contrary, the solid evidence indicates Malachi Martin was a Zionist agent who actively worked to destroy traditional Catholic doctrine during the infamous Vatican II conference of the 1960s.
And actually, I think I might not have mentioned last night, just let me interject for historical purposes. Vatican Council II took place from 1962 to 1965.
Right. Okay, we have that break coming up already. Stay tuned, Jim Condit. Stay tuned, folks. We're going to have another good evening here talking more about this subject and taking your calls. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Michael Collins Piper here on this Friday evening. We have Jim Condit with us. We've been touching on the issue of the Roman Catholic Church, the Vatican, what's happened to the Church since the 1960s. And, just for the record, it's kind of funny. Last evening, I happened to learn on the Internet that I was raised in an Irish Catholic household. Well, folks, my father was raised in an Irish Catholic household, but, my father probably never set foot in a Catholic church out of the last 50, maybe the last 52 years of his 70 years on the face of the earth, and I'm not even sure he was in attendance at his own son, my older brother's, christening in the Catholic Church. If I recall correctly, he was not there for that. So folks, don't anybody think that I'm here promoting a Catholic doctrine and not that I'd be ashamed to do it. Don't get me wrong, but let's get things straight here. I'm not a Roman Catholic. I was never baptized in the Roman Catholic Church. So just for the record here, folks, you can't pin that one on me to make me out to be a propagandist for the Jesuits or the Vatican, as Eric John Phelps has suggested. But just that having been said for the record, we did talk about Malachi Martin last night, and we also pointed out that the depraved Southern Poverty Law Center of Morris Dees, which essentially functions as an adjunct of the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith, has come out with this big, angry, vicious broadside against American traditionalist Catholics because they don't support these so-called reforms, quote-unquote, that came about during Vatican II as a direct consequence of the intrigues of Malachi Martin working with the Anti-Defamation League and apparently the American Jewish Congress. But Jim Condit, our guest, is with us tonight. We're going to pursue it more. And, Jim, there's another important thing I think we need to drive home. I think last night was a very important broadcast for what we'll just generally call the Patriot movement, because the facts that we outlined last night about the Zionist efforts to infiltrate and really destroy the Catholic Church at its highest levels during that Vatican II conference demonstrate beyond any question that the old myths, which are propagated even today, that the Vatican has been part of the Zionist New World Order, that the Vatican is a front for the Rothschild family or vice versa, that's completely disproven, because if the Vatican were indeed just what so many people say it has been historically, the Zionists would not have had to use someone like Malachi Martin to infiltrate and destroy the Catholic Church at its highest levels.
Well, absolutely. And I think the reason you're taking a little heat on the Internet probably is because, in my opinion, and some of people may be very sincerely deluded by this, the Zionists' two last bastions of pointing people in the wrong direction is the reptilians of David Icke and the Jesuits. Now, so I said last night that I've challenged and have accepted a debate from a fellow named Roger Rancourt on the subject of who rules the world, the Jesuits or the Zionists, because I know this is always coming up, and it just doesn't fit the facts. I mean, if they make a point in the debate when I'm debating them, Mike, I'll admit it. I'm not trying to hide the truth. But the second thing is that I think we established last night, and I think I wanted to make the main point, is that just as Jerry Falwell and Pat Robertson are deceiving tens of millions of Protestant Americans to worship Zionism and the evil of this counterfeit state of Israel, what they're doing, the Vatican, since 1958, when I'm suggesting there was a coup d'etat in the secrecy of the conclave, and out came what we call anti-popes, some of us call anti-popes, the Vatican since 1958 has also been working much more cleverly to advance the New World Order and the Zionist New World Order, and that's what should concern, or at least be of interest as an object of study of every person in the world, I would think.
Jim, I'm glad you made that point, because that's another point I wanted to make that I thought we had firmly established here last night. You know, it's worth mentioning that throughout the years, any organized religion, any organized group has always been subject to infiltration and takeover from within. You know, there's a very well-known organization, which I am not going to name. It is known as a church, but many people call it a cult. Mm-hmm. That group, for better or for worse, I've known people who were members of that institution, and they say that it helped them by their membership and the things they were taught in that organization. But nonetheless, the very firm evidence indicates that even that organization was taken over from within by a coup d'etat back in the late 1970s and early 80s, taken over by a group of Zionist lawyers who have used it as a front. And they have used that organization itself to infiltrate other organizations. So this phenomenon is not just limited to the Catholic Church or to the Protestant fundamentalist movement. I mean, you know, my good friend Dale Crowley, who's a radio broadcaster here in the Washington area, has forcefully come down on these dispensationalists, these Zionists who were promoted into the Protestant faith.
Yes.
Through the financial forces of the Rothschild family, through the Oxford University Press. John Anderson, who is one of the outspoken leaders of what they call the preterist movement, he's pointed these things out.
Yes.
Ted Pike has, in his brilliant videos, which he's done a number of them, has come upon it from a Protestant point of view. So this is not just a Catholic issue, but we tackle it from the standpoint of this very interesting story of Malachi Martin.
Right.
And as you pointed out, and as I was fully aware, there are still a lot of good Catholic traditionalists out there who trust Malachi Martin because of the things that he wrote later in his life.
Right.
So, we will never know. We honestly will never know. God only knows, literally, whether Malachi Martin had suddenly found a, shall we call it, a Damascus Road conversion at the very end.
Yes, yes.
But I tend to think not. I tend to think, based upon his associations with William F. Buckley Jr. and with the American Jewish Committee, and then later, as I pointed out, his documented role in helping finance a group that was trying to destroy Liberty Lobby, I tend to think that Malachi Martin, the leopard, had never changed his spots, so to speak.
Yes, well, and I don't, I'm sure if there's any callers, I don't want to filibuster the callers tonight, but we can get into some of this, and Malachi, as far as I'm concerned, played his role right up to the very end in what I feel he was doing, because what he did and many of the groups that were attacked by the Southern Poverty Law Institute yesterday, they would still accept John Paul II and Benedict XVI as true popes, even though they say they're liberals or bad news, they're doing one thing wrong after another. And I'll tell you what Malachi Martin's, in my opinion, his great deception right up to the end was. Here's what I think his job was. He would expose anything as long as he led the people back around behind these anti-popes that are contradicting 2,000 years of Catholic Church history and are leading the people, the Catholics, still behind the Zionist world program. Just like the John Birch Society will expose anything except the evil that goes on in Israel and the Zionist Jewish part in the subversion of America. But the John Birch Society, as you know, gets a lot of people's trust because of all the other good exposés they do.
Absolutely.
But it's like a magician. I said on the radio shows that I'm sure the talk show hosts hate, the few that I do on the mainstream media, it's like a magician doing a trick until you have another magician who can tell the audience, here's the way they're doing the trick. You can go on for years and years and years and be deceived by these people and groups who expose everything but one thing. And in the case of Malachi Martin, I believe this was his job, to keep Catholics behind the counterfeit church that's occupied the Vatican since 1958.
Let me draw another analogy, too, that I think people can understand in this context. So many people over the years have said, oh, well, Fox News is great. Yes. This is Rupert Murdoch's operation. They say, oh, Fox News is so wonderful, so conservative. But, as I pointed out in the Judas Goats, and I've talked about on this program, what Fox News was essentially set up to do was to corral all the good American conservatives and patriots who were getting fed up with the three liberal networks, which they were, beyond any question, liberal networks. And now these people felt they had a savior, something they could turn to.
No.
But you can't turn on Fox News without recognizing immediately, if you have any discernment at all, that it's nothing but a Zionist propaganda network.
Warmongers. They monger for war 24 hours a day. Same goes for Rush Limbaugh. We now know why the fairness doctrine was knocked down, to give Rush Limbaugh his big break, because he was sitting there ready to lead millions of people into this warmongering and covering up the truth about 911, the hoax of the 911 story, etc.
Yeah, so this is what we're talking about here. We kind of focused on Malachi Martin, and we've touched on this whole issue of what the Vatican is and what it is not. But like I say, it's very, very important that we don't get distracted by these claims that the Vatican is the real force behind the evil, because it's certainly being used by evil forces, but there nonetheless are many good people inside the Vatican. There are many good cardinals, archbishops all around the world who don't go along with the program, and they haven't broken away yet, but we don't know that they won't eventually do just that.
Yeah, and actually I don't know if there's any good cardinals left, and there are some good bishops who haven't seen to it. Now, there we go.
All right, yeah, we have the break coming up. Now, I'm waiting for your calls, folks. 800-313-9443. Call in. Say what you have to say, even if you disagree with us. Open and honest debate here, folks. 800-313-9443. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I'm here to tell you the phones have been ringing off the hook at the Republic Broadcasting Network. They want to talk with Jim Condit Jr., who's on the line. Later in the hour, we're going to give out Jim's website address and his P.O. box, so get your pen and paper handy. All right, let's go right to the calls, Jim.
Okay.
We've got another Jim. This is Jim calling from Texas. Jim from Texas, what's up?
Yeah, Mike, I think you probably recognize me now, but the thing is, the way to look into what happened and when it happened and so forth is, when was the last time that organized Jewish organizations quit bad-mouthing the Pope? And at the time they did was 1958. Pope Pius, I think it was Pius XII. I'm not a Catholic, so I'm not up on that. I think it was Pius XII.
No, he's right. He's right.
And the last time they quit bad-mouthing him was when he died. Since then, they have nothing but good to say about him. So that tells you the whole story right there.
That's right.
Up until 1958, they had no use for any pope. I don't care what his name was or where he was or where he was from or anything. They had nothing good to say about him. But starting then, hello.
Jim from Texas, you've made a very, very good, succinct point that I think captures the essence of exactly what we've been talking about here.
Mike, you know, I don't know if anybody remembers this, but well into the 1970s, Chevy Chase would, during the Saturday Night Live News, he would come on and say, Francisco Franco is still dead, and everyone would laugh. But they also ran numerous negative spots in the late 70s against Pope Pius XII, showing him being carried on the canopy or whatever and saying and making fun of pomp and circumstance. But this kind of, you know, I always say to people that, Jesus said in the gospel, beware when the world loves you. No one almost has been as much loved by the ruling elite of this world as John Paul II and now Benedict XVI. Do you remember when John Paul II died just almost 2 years ago? There was a paper on the front page of there was a picture on the front page of every paper in the entire world, and it was John Paul II in the casket with George Bush Sr., George Bush Jr., Laura Bush, Bill Clinton, and Hillary Clinton kneeling before his casket. Do you remember that picture?
No, but that's a very revealing picture.
It was on the front of the Cincinnati Enquirer and just about every other paper in the world. It was prominently displayed. Now, when you got the heads of the skull and bones, and I mean, Benedict XVI just took on Henry Kissinger as one of his key advisors a few weeks ago. I could go on for hours and hours, Mike, about all of the treachery that's been going on in the Vatican. Now, through
you could go on for decades, I hate to say it.
I'm sorry, say that again?
You could go on for decades, not hours and hours.
And of course, I think Jim here exemplifies, again, I did not come on here. I am a Roman Catholic. I was raised that way. I fell away from the faith for a while. Since I believe the Roman Catholic Church is a true church, I believe it will rebound. Unbelievably enough, it will be rebound within a few decades. However, Jim in Texas and myself and every other person of goodwill can say, without agreeing on what the true religion is, we can say if we don't wake up our fellow Americans, Protestant and Catholic and of other faiths or no faith at all, to what's happening and how all these leaders are pushing us towards the Zionist agenda of World War III and a world police state, then we're gonna let our people down. We need to warn people what's happening.
All right, Jim.
All you got to know is look how they're going after Hutton Gibson, which is Mel Gibson's father,
right?
Who's a member of some small sect. I don't know that much about the Catholic Church, but he's a member of the sect that disavows Vatican II.
Yeah,
okay.
Jim, if I could just clarify before you go on, he is just another one of the Catholics who attend the Latin Mass. Hutton Gibson, actually, before I ever heard of, 7 years before I ever heard of Mel Gibson, it was in one of his books called one of his books that he wrote, where I first got the idea that these were anti-popes, that the Vatican had gone wrong in 1958. And, you know, you're right. They do anything they can to discredit Hutton Gibson. While out of the other side of their mouth, Abe Foxman is running to the Vatican, having an audience with Benedict XVI, and they're demanding that everybody get in line with Vatican II. Do you remember when the Passion of the Christ movie was out? You could hardly turn on the TV for a few nights without seeing a rabbi come on and exhorting all the Catholics, you must get in line with Vatican II. And you know, as we said last night, that's what the Southern Poverty Law Institute said yesterday about what they say is the largest group of anti-Semites in the country, the Catholic traditionalists. They say, these degenerates are saying, you must get in line with Vatican II. If that doesn't tell people that Vatican II is a Zionist operation, I don't know what does.
You know, I have to chime in here and proudly note that in attacking, I think his name is Jim Sunjanus, they, as evidence that he's a really bad guy, they pointed out that he has cited my work. So I guess I'm in the briar patch with all these good people that the Southern Poverty Law Center doesn't like.
And Mike,
absolutely, Mike. Your name is Mud, as from the old original John Wilkes Booth with the Dr. Mud. That's where the saying came from. Your name is Mud.
Well, I'll tell you what.
You have no credibility to these people, or they would like to infer that you have no credibility.
Well, I'll tell you what. When they start taking the mud out of the Talmud, I'll be very, very happy.
Absolutely.
Jim from Texas, thanks for your call.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we have a break coming up here. When we come back, we have Jeff, David, Bob, and Mark. So hang on, folks. We're going to try to squeeze you all in here tonight. Another good show with Jim Condit Jr. And get your pen and paper handy. We're going to give you his contact information. Michael Collins Piper on RBNLive.com. Okay, we're going right back to the callers who want to talk to our guest, Jim Condit Jr. Let's go to Jeff in Vermont. Jeff, come on up.
Hey, Jim. Hi, Mike. How you guys doing tonight?
How you doing?
Hello.
Good. I just want to say my kids go to Catholic school, and I'm very proud of that. And I don't consider myself a Catholic, but, I mean, I believe in Christ. And about the situation with academics and speaking out against Israel and Zionism, you have Jewish people like Israel Shahak, who wrote the book Jewish History, Jewish Religion, The Way of 3,000 Years. You have Kevin MacDonald. You have Anthony C. Sutton. You have a litany of academics who are in the frame of mind to analyze and look at these problems that we have in this country and in this world, and make a very good decision about what's happening here. It's not like we're making this up out of thin air here. You know, it's a problem and we have to deal with it. And they have an agenda to pass, and we're trying to stop it. And fundamentally, that's all it is. And another question is this ridiculous thing that came out today is the Holocaust people want another $175 billion that they discovered. I mean, how ridiculous can you get? It's been 60 years. You want $175 billion more dollars? Or, I mean, when is this going to stop?
Hey, Jeff, I'll tell you what. You know, last couple of years I've been hearing about the fact that the Irish economy is booming. It's no coincidence that now there are attacks on the entire country of Ireland, and they're saying that Ireland harbored some of the most vicious Nazi war criminals. So now that Ireland has a booming economy, they want to scrape everything they can out of Ireland.
Hey, Mike, wait till it comes out that Israel was harboring some great collaborators with Nazism.
I don't think that's ever going to come out.
Well, this reminds you of the phrase, which I think was made up by an anti-Zionist Jewish person. There's no business like Shoah business, because the Shoah is the Jewish name Shoah for the Holocaust. Somebody said there's no business like Shoah business.
That was Alfred Lilienthal, very dear friend of mine.
The great author of the Zionist Connection, too. And another academic is Dr. Norman Finkelstein, who in the Holocaust Industry, which is another book people might be interested in looking at, basically said for the everyday Jews that were caught in the crossfire, that were rounded up or whatever, people that were just caught in the crossfire, these greedy Holocaust industry people are degrading those Jews who did suffer during World War II.
Hey, let me tell you something here about all this Holocaust money in the Swiss banks that Edgar Bronfman and the World Jewish Congress are bound and determined to get their hands on. Of course, most of this money, they say, belonged to people who are now dead. So those people who are dead couldn't have any descendants. So what they want to do is get their hands on this money and divide it up for the Jewish community. But you know what? The point that no one ever seems to pick up on is the fact that the Bronfman family back in the 1920s and the 1930s were part of the Meyer-Lansky organized crime syndicate, and it was Meyer-Lansky, an American Jewish gangster, who pioneered the use of Swiss bank accounts for money laundering from international criminal operations. And a lot of times that money was held in the name of Jews who were living in Europe on behalf of these American Jewish gangsters, which included the Bronfman family and their associates. So what I suspect is that we just have the modern-day heirs of the Lansky crime syndicate trying to get their hands on their money that they reaped in gambling and prostitution and narcotics and other forms of racketeering on American soil and in Cuba and elsewhere during the Roaring '20s. So that's one little detail of history that I think we need to keep in mind about all this.
And I'd like to go with the Catholic things. You don't see Catholics writing like the Jewish people are writing against their own people because they see the wrong in what they're doing. And there's a lot of good Jews out there that I don't know if they have a hidden agenda, but they talk the truth. They tell you how it is about what they're trying to pull off here. And people are like us, Gentiles, don't even get it. I mean, some of them don't. I mean, I do, but a lot of other people just don't get it. And they're warning us in their own language and our language and in the books. It ceases to amaze anybody if they don't research it and look into it and come up with an opinion about it on your own. People just have to look and read and find out the truth about it. And
that's right. The information is out there. And at this juncture, I want to give Jim Condit's address. Jim, I'm going to go ahead and read it out as I have it, but correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
Jim Condit Jr., that's C-O-N-D-I-T, Jim Condit Jr., P.O. Box 11555, P.O. Box 11555, Cincinnati, Ohio. I'll give you the zip code right now. It's 45211. Jim Condit Jr., P.O. Box 11555, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45211. And, Jim, your primary website is thetruth247.com.
Yeah, yes, that was the one we used for the video that we used in the last campaign, and that's the truth247.com, and that'll actually lead you to the other two main ones we have, which is realnews247.com and votefraud.org. So that's thetruth247.com is good.
All right, okay. Well, listen, Jeff from Vermont, thanks for your call. Good input there. Let's go to your neighboring state of Massachusetts and bring up David. David, what's going on?
Okay, it's very good to hear this program. There's a whole bunch of points I want to bring out about this. There's a book here that I've had for years called The Vatican and Zionism, written by Sergio Minerbi, and he describes how back in the early 1920s the Vatican did oppose the British mandate over Palestine when the Turks lost it. And but of course the British virtually control the League of Nations, so they're bound to win the vote. And they got the mandate to run Palestine, and the Balfour Declaration was part of that mandate. And another point I want to bring out is that one of the big at the time the Vatican was overwhelmingly anti-Zionist and was opposed to the British getting this mandate to run Palestine. And they were very concerned about the Zionists coming in from Eastern Europe into what was called Palestine, now Israel today. And here's one thing I want to bring out. that I have read this in a book on Israel, that the central part of Israel was purchased from Arab landowners back in the 1920s, a whole bunch of land that the Jewish people say was low-grade land. It wasn't particularly good, and they bought it, and I don't know whether they used it for home settlements or not. Are you aware of this?
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that was purchased by a grant from the Rothschild family, but I could be wrong about that.
I actually was unaware of that. I was unaware that they laid the groundwork by buying land, and but the gentleman's absolutely correct. David's absolutely correct on the opposition of the plopping of this counterfeit state in the middle of Palestine, which is guaranteed to create friction. And also, Pius XII and the popes before him in this century did not want the Holy Land sites such as Bethlehem, which I think was closed this last Christmas, and all the other Holy Land sites in the birthplace of Christ to fall in the hands of Talmudist Jews, which is what has happened now. And they're slowly destroying these sites very surreptitiously as they get a chance to.
You know, it's interesting. George Stephanopoulos, the ABC News pundit who used to work for Bill Clinton, he comes from a Greek Orthodox family, but his sister is an Orthodox nun in Palestine, and she has been a very harsh public critic of the Israeli efforts to overrun Christian lands and Christian heritage sites in the Holy Land. That's something that people are probably not aware of.
Well, I wish George would have her as a guest on his Sunday morning show.
I doubt that's going to happen. You know, it's kind of interesting, too. Henry Hyde, congressman from Illinois, who I believe he just left Congress, he only really started coming out being critical of what Israel is doing to the Christian heritage sites in Palestine in his final term in office when he didn't have to run for re-election. So I guess we'll have to give him some credit there anyway.
Some, but it's disgraceful how many people don't speak out when they really are in there. And anyway, yeah.
Dave, did you have any further comments or questions?
Yes, I want to make this comment that there was an American cardinal whose name I forgot now. He did come out in favor of Palestine being turned into Israel back in the 20s.
Okay.
The overwhelming opinion of the people in the Vatican, the cardinals and the bishops and whatever, and the Pope, who backed up this Monsignor Barlacina, who he'd been dead many years. He died in the late 20s. He was a very outspoken opponent of the Zionist influence in Palestine. But did you ever hear of this Monsignor Barlacina?
I can't say I have. How do you spell that?
B-A-R-L-A-S-S-I-M-A, I believe it is.
Okay, I'll look that up. And incidentally, to piggyback onto that point, this is what is another incredible study, if people look into it. When John the 23rd took over in 1958, who we're saying is the first Zionist puppet that was put on the chair of Peter. Then in 1963, Paul VI, when John the 23rd died. Paul VI, it was a demolition operation. All of the good bishops by 1978 who were resisting it all were out of office, and he had appointed people like so-called Archbishop Bernardine, who in his last years as he was dying of what looked like AIDS, but he was at least died of cancer, he went to Israel and said that in Israel, this Archbishop Bernardine, supposedly a Catholic cardinal, he was a cardinal of Chicago then, he went and said in Israel that the source of anti-Semitism is the four Gospels. So if that guy wasn't secretly working for this evil entity of Zionism, I don't know who was. But
I can't resist pointing out that I have a very good friend whose family are very, very high up in the Catholic lay movement, and a member of the family is one of the most prominent and respected Catholic clergymen here in the United States, and that family is very, very anti-Zionist. Mm-hmm. But that particular Catholic clergyman who will go unnamed, he keeps his mouth shut on the subject. He knows the score. I know that he knows the score, but he will not say anything publicly. He's a real diplomat. He's a real he knows how to play the game, and unfortunately, I think that's been part of the problem what we've had in the Catholic Church since Vatican II.
Well, and if I can, since you're bringing up a really good point here, two things I'd like to repeat tonight, that just so people don't misunderstand what I'm saying. I'm saying that there was apparently a coup d'etat in the Vatican in 1958, and if people want to read about that, then if we can give that website one more time, it's October1958.com. That's
excellent website. Yeah,
that's not my website, but it has 3 articles on this apparent coup d'etat, and so we believe John the 23rd, our faction anyway, believes John the 23rd, Paul the 6th, and John Paul II, and Benedict are false popes, anti-popes. They will be exposed eventually, and what happened we think will be exposed. If now the point is that in 1962. And Father Nicholas Gruner and the Fatima Crusader have made this pretty famous. In 1962, there was a Vatican-Moscow agreement, and that agreement supposedly, and once you know that the enemy was controlling the Vatican, this will make sense. The deal was that the communists would get a veto over every bishop in the communist world, and in return they would send observers to Vatican II. That sounds like a real good deal, doesn't it? But let me tell you what really was going on. The Zionist community, which was behind communism in many ways, or at least the International Talmudic Jewish Network, they were given a veto over every bishop, and that's why the bishops in the United States are so putrid. If any of them that spoke out, they would be removed. Every bishop has been vetoed by the local organized Talmudic Jewish community since the 1960s, and in our city, I mentioned to you last night, Mike, Ben Kaufman of the Cincinnati Enquirer, his wife, who was a Jewish woman, used to go in and out in the 60s and 70s of Archbishop Bernardine's office, or the 1970s and 80s, in the Archbishop Bernardine's office, where we were told this by eyewitnesses all the time, and her job was to look through all the Catholic textbooks, all the new ones they were using, to make sure there was nothing objectionable to the Talmudic Jewish faction in there, and that's gone on all over the world. Paul VI appointed a St. Louis Jewish guy named Cardinal Baum, who was supposedly a convert in 1964 or 5. He became the controller of all the Catholic textbooks in the world. Now, this was a Jewish convert who was quickly raised to cardinal, and he suddenly got control of all the textbooks in the world that Catholic children are looking at. When you understand that the enemy had taken over the Vatican in 1958, this all makes sense. If you don't understand that, it's just a complete mystery.
Well, those little details there, again, when you put them in the big picture, it becomes a very, very scary picture.
Yes.
Dave, thanks for your call. Let's go to Bob from Texas. Bob, come on up.
Quick.
Bob from Texas, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here now. I heard the beep.
Oh, go ahead, Bob. Yeah.
First, I want to preface my remarks by telling you that I was raised Catholic, was an altar boy, did the Latin Mass, and spent a good deal. It said Catholic on my dog tags in Vietnam. Okay. But most Catholics, like myself, are scripturally challenged. They don't know what the scriptures say. And a perfect example would be to call a guy father who's sworn to celibacy.
Okay, hold on.
It's doublethink.
Let's just take one point here. First of all, I'm glad, Mike, and I don't think this is your show. I'm glad any time to come back and debate this. Let me ask the caller something, and I say this in friendship. I'm not trying to...
Yeah, I want to be friendly too, Jim.
I know you do, and I just want to make that clear to the answer. But are you saying that it is immoral for a little boy or for me to call my dad father?
I wouldn't go so far as to say that, but the Bible speaks against it.
Yeah, but that's what the Bible says literally, and here's the point I want to make on that. There wasn't... Well, I mean, this is a long answer, and I'll just make it quick. People were illiterate till the 15th century. There was no printing press till the 15th century, so that we would not have absurd interpretations of the Bible. Christ left the Pope, the bishops, and the priests to explain it. And for the first 1,500 years, people couldn't even read. There was no printing presses. So my point is, I just want to make clear that the example you use there is not literal, because of course it's not immoral. What that passage means is...
I wasn't talking about a kid calling his dad father. I was talking about a kid calling some priest sworn to celibacy father.
I know, but see, how can that be wrong if it's not wrong for the kid to call his dad? What it meant was, don't call any man your God, or look at him as some kind of...
All right, hang on there, folks. We have our big finish coming up. We're here with Jim Condit. Check out his website. It's at truth247.com, or write him at P.O. Box 11555, Cincinnati 45211. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're wrapping up this Friday evening here. We have Jim Condit Jr. aboard. We have been discussing the infiltration of the Catholic Church specifically, and we have Bob from Texas. Now, Bob, I don't want the last few minutes of the program to turn into a debate over Catholic versus Protestant theology or any kind of theology. So, Bob, I want to ask you a question. Do you think that what Malachi Martin did, along with the Zionists, to infiltrate and take over the Catholic Church was a good thing?
Am I on the air?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I didn't call in to get into argument with Jim Condit.
No, I didn't say you did. I'm just saying that I don't think this is an appropriate forum to get into a religious...
Let me finish.
I called in. Bob, I want to let Bob finish, but I know how Bob... I mean, I'm usually in his position. The callers at such a disadvantage when they're short time, and I got the flower. But if Bob will email me at votefraud@fuse.net, I'd be glad to discuss this with him. But go ahead, Bob. Go ahead.
Well, I went to those sites earlier this evening. I was reading some information that was on there, and we're not in total disagreement on everything.
Sure.
Let me just say this. One of my best friends is a Catholic guy, and we fight about this all the time. And we were fighting over Malachi Martin one night after he had been on Art Bell's program. And I was on the couch, and I kind of nodded out, and I had a dream. And in this dream, I walked into a dark room, and I knew I could feel the presence of someone there. And I said, "Who's there?" And a voice said, "I'm Malachi Martin. I'm a Jew first and a priest second." I woke up and called my friend to tell him about this dream. It was so weird because I don't dream. And I had actually called in to make a comment related to that, and that I'm reading the book that's on this other website, this 1958.org.
October1958.com.
The first thing that pops up on there is the plot against the church. Mm-hmm. And it's a big, but it doesn't have the book there, but I've read the book.
I think it says the plot against the Pope. You're thinking of the big red book, The Plot Against the Church, right?
Yes, and if you read that book, and if you consider all the factors, like the Germans being shuttled out of Nazi Germany and hidden by the Vatican, and you think back when Mussolini established the Vatican State and signed over the property to the Pope.
That was a re-signing of like 1/10 of what had been stolen about 80 years earlier by the Freemasons. But go ahead, yeah.
Well, it's just, look, this is my opinion, and I just want to put it out there. I think that there's a trinity of evil, and I believe it consists of the Masonic bankers, the State of Israel terrorists, and the Vatican, and the religious influence that they have worldwide. All the Protestant churches have become subsidiaries of the Catholic Church.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, let me tell you about, because as I said, we just got a few seconds left here. I would say since 1958, the Vatican itself has been under the Zionist banker influence. Before that, if you do research going back centuries, it is not the case.
Well, we can't forget Roberto Calvi and how he got hung on the Blackfriars Bridge.
Yeah, that was since 1958. He was a big guy doing all kinds of evil with the banking, no question.
It's pretty well known that the Rothschilds are the bankers for the Vatican.
That's not in the centuries past, and I don't even think that's now. I'd say it's probably the case in the background somewhere. But we're getting into a lot of things that's hard to resolve in a few seconds.
No, I'd like to have a conversation with you some other time.
Okay.
And I have watched one of your DVDs. It's a couple hours long, and I thought your research was excellent. I'm not trying to condemn anybody.
I understand.
I have a lot of good friends that are Catholic.
Sure.
And you can't walk into a Catholic church and see 6 old ladies praying at 5 o'clock in the morning, burning candles, and not appreciate their reverence.
Yeah.
Okay, Bob. Well, listen, thanks for your call. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I just didn't want to get into theology here. I think you understand, but I appreciate your call. Apologies to those we couldn't bring up tonight. Thanks to Jim Condit for coming aboard. Again, Jim, I appreciate it.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, Jim's website is thetruth247.com, thetruth247.com, or write him, Jim Condit, P.O. Box 11555, Cincinnati, 45211. Thanks for listening in, folks. Monday night, we're going to have a very interesting guest, actually 2 guests, talking about, immigration. That's a short way of putting it. Should be an interesting program.
Malachi Martin, God's messenger.
And I will come near you for judgment, and I will be a swift witness against the sorcerers,
and against the adulterers, and against those swearing to a lie, and against those who extort from the hired labourer's pay, and turning away the widow, and the fatherless, and the alien, and not fearing me, says the Lord God of hosts. The prophet Malachi, chapter 3, verse 5.
What has happened, and why is it so difficult? And is it going to change? And are you simply out of step? Should you be in step with the general march and stop worrying about things?
In this world, you're either serving Christ or you're serving Lucifer. There are only two issues at stake. There's good and there's bad, and good is represented by Christ and bad is represented by Lucifer.
Lucifer is in his last place. He's going to extremes because he knows the end is near of this period. How many of us will see it? I don't know. Do I want to see it? I'm indifferent. What I have to do has to be done every day. Carry my cross after him daily, as he said. That's all that's necessary. We've only one thing to do, and that is faith and the rosary and the Blessed Sacrament and Mass. We needn't bother about anything else. We haven't got the grace to do anything about it. He has not put us in a position to do anything about it. And all we do is live in our faith and die in our faith and don't compromise.
In 1981, when he lay in Gemelli Hospital in Rome, he had a vision. He had the Fatima vision. He saw it. God revealed it to him. He saw the whole thing.
Pope John Paul II in Fulda in 1980, when confronted with very fervent German Catholics, they said, Holy Father, why don't you renew the church? He said, I can't. Renewal is impossible until Our Lady comes. He was quoting the echo of that letter. And then he put his hand in his pocket and pulled out his rosary and said, that's your only weapon, the rosary. Pray, pray, and do nothing else but pray. So his mind from the very beginning was made up. I cannot renew my church. It can't be renewed because renewal is only possible through grace. You can't do it by organization. You can't do it by any human means. That is his attitude, and that's the explanation of it. In Ireland alone, the amount of virgins, statues of the Virgins have started crying. There's a book written about it I have in my library. And I suspect hoaxes everywhere because the devil is so clever. He's so intelligent. And he's introduced great confusion about this. Rome leaves an indelible imprint on your soul. The Italians say, non si passa di Roma. You never leave Rome. And it's true. You never leave Rome in your spirit, even if you leave it in body.
He was called the ultimate Vatican insider, the George Orwell of the true Roman Catholic Church. Christened with the name Malachi, meaning God's messenger, he followed in the footsteps of the last of the Old Testament prophets and a great Irish saint by that name. This is the true story of a priest and scholar, archaeologist and linguist, assistant exorcist, a best-selling, world-renowned author whose works were prophetic, an 8th Augustine Cardinal Bea attached to the Vatican, who, after a series of unexpected events in the Eternal City, found his home in America. His family, his friends, spiritual children and acquaintances liked him tremendously. Father Charles Fiore, Malachi's closest friend and confidant, said of Martin, I'm personally convinced he was a great man and an exemplary priest, a priest who helped more people than anyone I have known in a long, long time. Liam Toohey remembered Malachi fondly, calling him gutsy and blunt, and a bit of a maverick. Michael Matt wrote of him, such an extraordinary mind is not likely to come again soon in our beleaguered church. And his literary agent Lala Karff remarked that, had Malachi not been a Catholic, the press would have called him one of the greatest writers of our time. Most recalled his humour, wit, and Irish charm. He had a quick ability to see the good in others, an admirable quality for one who was constantly up against it, face to face with evil. Pretty impressive altogether for a young boy from County Kerry, and that's where it all began, in Ireland.
Shortly before the end of the Irish Revolution, a half a year before the establishment of the Irish Free State, and just 14 months before the death of Michael Collins, an interesting thing happened in an old County Kerry town. Now, there were no comets flashing through the sky the night before he was born, no dramatic signs in the sky, or aurora borealis, or any other sort of miraculous events, though it was not an altogether insignificant day in the history of the Catholic Church in the 20th century. Nor was it without its complications. You see, Malachi Martin, a premature infant, was baptized in the womb and entered into this world a baptized Catholic. And all this happened in Ballylongford, County Kerry, Ireland, on July the 23rd, 1921. Interestingly, Ballylongford is not far from the birthplace of the great 12th century Irish saint, St. Malachi of Armagh, Archbishop O'Connor. His father, an Englishman who immigrated to Ireland, was a gynecologist. His mother was Irish. There were 9 children in all. Netta, whose real name was Etnia, Kathleen, Joan, and Maura, Francis Xavier, Liam, Connor, Malachi, and Jimmy. Little Jimmy died very young. Connor, Liam, Francis Xavier, and Malachi all went on to wear the collar. Father Connor and Father Francis Xavier were professors at the University of Dublin, and Father Liam was an Augustinian. Malachi had excellent marks in high school and graduated second in his class. The only boy who had better grades was a young lad named Dermot Ryan. Ryan later went on to become a bishop. Young Malachi entered the Society of Jesus at the age of 18 and attended Belvedere College in Dublin. As a student at National University, he received his bachelor's degree in Semitic languages and Oriental history, with parallel studies in Assyriology at Trinity College. From there, Martin travelled on to Belgium, where he got his degrees in philosophy, theology, Semitic languages, archaeology, and Oriental history at the University of Louvain.
On August the 15th, 1954, the Feast of the Assumption, Malachi Martin was ordained to the priesthood.
Young Father Martin did parallel studies at Hebrew University, Jerusalem, and at Oxford, specializing in intertestamentary studies and knowledge of Jesus in Hebrew and Arabic manuscripts. He also gave much time and effort to physics, anthropology, and psychology, and did early and seminal work on the Dead Sea Scrolls. The Dead Sea Scrolls contain the writings of a Jewish sect called the Qumran community, along with certain sections of scriptures, including the original manuscripts of the prophet Isaiah and others. Having an extensive knowledge of ancient Semitic languages, Malachi also took part in some fascinating archaeological digs in the Middle East. It was there, in Egypt, where he performed his first exorcism on a young Egyptian, as fellow writer and friend Henry King recalls.
And I one time asked him, I said, how did you get into this? Where did you assist? Where did you do your first exorcism? I did it in Egypt. He said, there was nobody else available. And it was a Muslim. It was not a Roman Catholic. But he helped. This fellow was diabolically possessed. And at the time of the book, Passage to the Devil, Malachi Martin, incidentally, had accounts of 106 other cases of diabolical possession in his files. He was always an assistant, by the way. He never presided over. He was never the exorcist. He assisted.
In 1958, Father Martin was summoned to Rome, a journey that was to change the course of his life forever.
During his years at the Vatican, he was a top aide to Cardinal Bea, one of the most powerful members of the Roman Curia. From 1958 until 1964, Malachi Martin saw the inner workings of 2 papacies, Pope John XXIII and Pope Paul VI, and he carried out many sensitive missions under the supervision of Cardinal Bea. Father Martin also attended the sessions of the Second Vatican Council.
There was a very carefully laid out integrated plan to make sure that no statement of the Vatican Council, if possible, couldn't be ambivalent. And I remember Cardinal Bea coming to see me once in my room in Rome, and this was 1962, sweating. And the council had just begun. It was November 1962. And I asked him why he was disturbed. He said, because I've just heard an awful remark by Hans Kung. He was talking to, and he named an American theologian, who is now a bishop, who shall remain unnamed. And he said, Kung, in answer to a question by this man, I didn't hear the question, said, oh, no. This time we're not going to leave. We're not going to have another Reformation. We're staying inside this time. when it came to the Vatican Council itself, as you know, the last vote in the Council in 1965 concerned the Mass. And the bishops were absolutely categorical. They said, do not wipe out the Latin, keep the Latin Mass, but translate the popular part, meaning the Credo, the Gloria, the prayer before Mass, the intuible Mass, prayers as we call them, and the communion prayers at the end. Put those in the popular language. But the canon stands. This is the Council. And I remember that a bishop who had visited Paul VI just after the end of the Council in December 1965 came in to me here in New York and said, you know, Malachi, the most extraordinary thing happened to me. I was speaking with the Pope, His Holiness, 2 days ago. And I congratulated him on the vote in the Council. And he said, don't speak to me about the vote. Don't congratulate me. There are already 18 new canons in vogue in France. They've gone haywire. They've already translated into vernacular, and the thing is not valid anymore. And I had no control over it. So what happened? Well, there was a character called Bugnini, Annibale Bugnini, who was a Freemason, member of the Lodge, who set as his goal to create a new ceremony in the Catholic Church. He has this in his articles published in the Italian Revista, which could be accepted by anybody, Catholic or non-Catholic or non-Christian. The official canon of the Mass now, the new Mass, the Novus Ordo, was composed by 6 Protestant clergymen and 2 Catholic clergymen. I mean, how bastardized can you become? No matter how pious and good these men were, they're not Catholics. They didn't know the Catholic tradition.
While still a Jesuit in Rome, he wrote his first book, a 2-volume work entitled The Scribal Character of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Martin's second work was called The Pilgrim. It was also written during this time at St. Peter's, published under the pen name of Michael Seraphian. And at the celebrated Pontifical Biblical Institute, he was a professor of Hebrew, Aramaic, paleography, and scripture.
I was trained as a paleographer. Most of our listeners don't know what that is. It's somebody who studies handwriting, and my expertise was in Middle Eastern handwriting about the time of Abraham. But that became a very useful profession for the then Pope John the 23rd, because he needed contacts with both Arabs and Jews, and I traveled extensively in that area, the Middle East, and therefore I was useful to him. And I got very closely associated with John the 23rd and a certain cardinal called Cardinal Augustin Bea. He was the man who was in charge of ecumenism and who traveled extensively in the States during the Council.
In February 1960, the world was on the verge of a kind of an orchestrated chaos that it had never seen the likes of at any time before. In Rome, Father Malachi Martin was in the papal apartment, standing just outside of Pope John the 23rd's room. Some 30 years later, he recalled to Father Charles Fiore the shock, the anger he felt towards good Pope John that day. Fiore repeated word for word what Martin said about that day inside the Vatican.
Malachi Martin, with his typical Irish humor, said, I cooled my heels in the corridor outside the Holy Father's apartments while my boss, Cardinal Bea, was inside debating with the Holy Father and with a group of other bishops and priests and 2 young Portuguese seminarians who translated the letter, a single page written in Portuguese, for all of those in the room.
The letter he referred to was a letter from Sister Lucy of Fatima, and the contents contained the highly secret 3rd secret of Fatima. The only living souls who knew the contents were Sister Lucy, the Bishop of Fatima, the Pope, his aides, and the translators. The letter was addressed to the Pope of 1960 and had been written by Sister Lucy some years earlier during the reign of Pius XII. It was delivered from Sister Lucy to the Bishop of Fatima and from there sent on to Pope Pius. It was the common expectation among Catholics that in 1960 the Pope would tell the entire world this 3rd secret. As the 6th decade of the 20th century drew nearer and nearer, uneasiness among Catholics was growing over what the Virgin told Lucia, Francisco, and Jacinta. Exactly what was it in this mysterious 3rd secret? What did it involve? And after the year 1960 came and went, the people were mystified as to why the 3rd secret was not announced as all had expected. Nearly 40 years later, Malachi Martin offered some explanation as to what happened.
The Queen of Heaven gave a mandate. She said, consecrate Russia to me on one day, all you bishops together, and Russia will be converted to Catholicism. I mean, it wasn't merely converted, it will become Catholic, and Marxism will be finished. And there'll be no chance. If you don't do that, my son is going to punish you all. And John the 23rd, and Paul VI, and John Paul II, all three neglected this. John the 23rd said the children didn't know what they were saying. They thought Russia was a whore in the streets of Elizabeth. And anyway, I'm talking with Nikita Khrushchev. This is 1960, 1962. And he will allow observers to come to my Vatican Council if I don't condemn Marxism. And therefore John Richard didn't allow the fathers of the council to condemn Marxism. And he certainly would not publish he said, we will not publish this letter ever. It will never be published. And I will not consecrate Russia. Because if I did that, Nikita Khrushchev would know, and he'd consider it an act of war. All the bishops, Catholic bishops, gathered in a place, 2,700 of them in the Vatican, and they condemn Russian Marxism, Soviet Marxism. Come on, it's war. There's going to be persecution. That's John 23rd reason. Paul VI simply was afraid of his own shadow, and besides, he didn't believe in Fatima. John Paul II sort of believed in Fatima, sort of. He didn't quite believe in Fatima. And he decided that he couldn't do it because he wasn't the Pope of 1960. And Lucy had originally said the Pope of 1960 must do the consecration. So he did nothing about it. In fact, he permitted the suppression of Sister Lucia and permitted the suppression of the message of Fatima to a large extent throughout the Church, because his Secretary of State, Casaroli, who is an atheist as far as I'm concerned, he exercised himself as Secretary of State through all Vatican representatives to suppress Fatima as much as possible. For instance, the apostolic delegate in Lisbon and his entire staff were very favorable to Fatima. Casaroli changed them off and put in somebody who was not sympathetic. And so on and went on like that. So why is it that these three popes, the last three popes, refused? And when John Paul II was asked to now consecrate Russia, no, all he could do was kneel in St. Peter's Square, and in the middle of a consecration of the human race, the Immaculate Heart of Mary, he said, and also we consecrate to her care the people who are awaiting their consecration to her Immaculate Heart. What kind of gobbledygook is that? For me, that's gobbledygook, and disgusts me on John Paul II's lips. He's supposedly a knight of the Immaculate Queen. He's supposedly a member of Maximilian Kolbe's group of knights fighting, and he wouldn't do this. So, I mean, I think it all goes back to Lucifer. He just has too much power within the prelacy of the church, within the organization. He's able to squeeze everybody who attempts that thing. This is the Queen of Heaven. And even if John 23rd said Nikita Khrushchev will declare war on us, he can say, well, you want this done, you must have some plan. Trust. No trust. No trust. So I think it is clear to me that the will of Christ is that these three popes should destroy the organization of the church, which they have. They've destroyed the organization. They've been instrumental. And they will answer for it. And in the case of John Paul II and John 23rd and Paul VI, it's malfeasance in high office. They're not supposed to do that. They're supposed to take care of that. They didn't.
Malachi Martin went to his grave with the knowledge of the contents of the letter and the third secret of Fatima. Though we do know that Cardinal Ratzinger told the ambassador of Japan that the third secret of Fatima was the same message of Our Lady of Akita. Attorney Peter B. Kelly is a close friend of Father Charles Fiore. He has researched this topic thoroughly.
The bishop of Akita, Japan, a man named Bishop John S. Ito, carefully reviewed the apparitions of Akita, Japan shortly after their occurrence in the early 70s. And he found that they were authentic, according to his review, and I think a very important aspect is that the local bishop approves of the apparition. Bishop Ito determined, after his research, that the rather apocalyptic message of Akita, Japan was actually the message, he believed, of the third secret of Fatima. Cardinal Ratzinger, there's a reference to the book by John Haffert. The book was called The Day I Didn't Die. Interesting name for a book. Makes reference in one of the footnotes to a conversation that took place between Cardinal Ratzinger and actually it was an ambassador to the Vatican from the Philippines, where he reaffirmed that this message of Akita, Japan, according to Cardinal Ratzinger, who does know, by the way, the third secret as contained in the safe place in the Vatican, he did confirm that the message of Akita was the message of the third secret.
Father Charles Fiore.
It's clear from my many conversations with Malachi that he was a firm believer in Fatima and the appearances of Our Lady to the children there. He also made it very clear that he believed that the third secret had to do with conditions within the church, which makes it very interesting that he died almost 11 months to the day before Cardinal Ratzinger supposedly on June the 26th of the year 2000 revealed the third secret of Fatima. What's very interesting, however, is that, as Peter Kelly has said, Cardinal Ratzinger himself is on public record as admitting that the approved apparition of Our Lady to Sister Agnes Sasagawa of Akita, Japan, is almost identical with what Our Lady was supposed to have said many years previously in 1917 to the children of Fatima. Let me read you something from Cardinal Ratzinger that appeared in Lay Witness, which I believe is the newsletter of Catholics United for the Faith, in 1987. It is not made public, at least for the moment, in order to prevent religious prophecy from being turned into sensationalism. In reality, the announcement of a chastisement, even a conditional one such as nuclear war or cosmic disaster, could, if it were made without preparation, provoke the contrary to the desired effect. Instead of engendering a conversion which brings forth serenity, it might give rise to panic and despair. Please note, the content of the third secret, this is Cardinal Ratzinger, the content of the third secret corresponds to what is confirmed by many other Marian apparitions, beginning with what is already known of Fatima. Conversion and penance are the essential conditions for salvation. Well, then one wonders if he was so concerned back then about the possibility of throwing the entire world into a panic if the third secret was revealed, then what we were given by Cardinal Ratzinger, the same Cardinal Ratzinger, on June the 26th of the year 2000, just 13 years after this previous statement, one wonders how could what he gave us on June 26, 2000 cause consternation and panic? And at the same time, Cardinal Sodano says it refers to the past, to the events of the 20th century. So what does Sister Agnes Sasagawa, what did she say in 1973, the seer of Akita? And Akita is officially approved by the church, by the bishop of the place. A little over a half century after the events in Fatima, the Blessed Mother reportedly appeared to a nun in Japan. And according to Sister Agnes, the Blessed Mother said, "If men do not repent and better themselves, the Father will inflict a terrible punishment on all humanity. The work of the devil will infiltrate even into the church in such a way that one will see cardinals opposing cardinals and bishops against other bishops. The priests who venerate me will be scorned and opposed by their confreres. Churches and altars will be sacked. The church will be full of those who accept compromises, and the demon will press many priests and consecrated souls to leave the service of the Lord." We have two different Cardinal Ratzingers. We have two different messages. But Malachi was consistent all the way through. He believed that the third secret of Fatima had to do not with the fall of atheistic communism per se, but with the internal problems of the Catholic Church. In fact, he told his own sister back in 1960 that by the year 2000, that is 40 years later, the institutional church that we knew in 1960, that is before the Vatican Council, would no longer exist. And I submit to you that he was prophetic.
The Blessed Virgin Mary. She did appear 6 times in 1917. And the last time was October 13, 1917, to 3 children and to 75,000 people. There was a miracle, the miracle of Fatima. At noontime at Fatima in Portugal, the miracle of the sun. It's the paramount miracle of the 20th century, perhaps the 5th century. She did convey 3 secrets to those children and told them not to publish them yet, but to convey them to the local bishop. And one of those secrets has become the famous 3rd secret. We know now the general lines of that secret. In fact, we know details. But the one outstanding thing was, Our Lady said that the Pope of 1960 had to open the envelope and read this secret and then do what she said. And the secret apparently, on the authority of the Pope, on the authority of Cardinal Ratzinger, on the authority of many people, said the following. It was an either-or. It was an ultimatum. The world is gone so far, by this time, the secret said, that unless Russia is converted by being consecrated to my Immaculate Heart, then faith will disappear from nations and continents. Cardinals and bishops and priests will fall like leaves into hell. In other words, it was an either-or. But if the Pope, in union with the bishops of the Church, in 1960, consecrates Russia, just Russia, the Soviet Union, the USSR, to my Immaculate Heart, then Russia will be converted and faith will be restored. The consecration hasn't been done. The point I'm making to you, Bernard, is that Our Lady's either-or is in action. She said, unless this is done, unless it's made public to all nations and all governments, all people, then faith will disappear from nations and continents. There will be huge catastrophes. Many people will die. But in the end, my Immaculate Heart will save people.
And though Father Martin never disclosed the secret, everyone close to him knew how important it was to him, as Father Paul Wickens tells us.
Well, Father Malachi Martin also was a great believer in the apparition of Our Lady at Fatima, Portugal, in 1917. And he felt that this was the sign that God sent into the world to get man to pray more and do penance, and especially to be faithful to the duties of his state and life, and also that the Pope would consecrate, in union with all the Catholic bishops, consecrate Russia to the Immaculate Heart of Mary, and then we would begin the beginning of world peace. Father Malachi had a great love of the Blessed Mother Mary, and he talked to her with the greatest respect and love, and her ability to perform miracles and intercede for the world.
Many look to their governments as problem-solving, benevolent grandfather figures. Malachi Martin, however, was Irish-born, and Ireland, for centuries, was an occupied nation. Not surprisingly, the Irish are far less trusting of governments, so it should come as no great surprise that Malachi was capable of doubting a church bureaucrat or two. As his time in Rome was passing by, he was quickly becoming aware of a strange change in Vatican circles, a certain type of corruption, a quiet, calculating, menacing corruption. Modernist heretics were trampling upon traditionalists, and liberalism was rampant. But this was something more. Something far more serious had taken control over his beautiful Jesuit order, and all other orders, in the city and the world. The smoke of Satan had entered into the Church. It was an earth-shattering time in the Catholic Church, and for the entire world. Martin always stressed this particular point in his writing and public speaking, the primacy of Vatican politics in geopolitical events. What affects the Church affects those outside it. If there is disruption and chaos within the Catholic Church, all non-Catholic cultures will be affected as well.
If we are attacked, they're going to be attacked. Our enemies are their enemies. Why don't they wake up to the fact that we stand or fall together in a certain sense? But you see, that is one of the most ancient and nativist prejudices of us Americans, anti-Catholicism, anti-Romanism. Whereas if those fools only realized their enemies are our enemies, and if they destroy us, they'll be destroyed.
Knowing that corruption of the best is the worst kind, and seeing just how much the one true church was now poisoned from within, Malachi was faced with the moment of truth, compromise and advance through the art of politicking, or somehow go public with this strange, bizarre and unpleasant reality. Never again could he look at life the same way, knowing what he knew now. He knew he had to fight. But as a man who knew too much, he was faced with the challenge of how to go about doing it. Malachi quickly came to the conclusion that there was only one way to accomplish this: flee and fight. So in 1964, he asked Pope Paul to give him a special dispensation, to free him of the vows of obedience and poverty. Pope Paul told Martin that his request was not a regular one. You must belong to a diocese, Paul told Malachi, or you must belong to a religious order, to which Malachi replied, Holy Father, canon law is human law, over which you have jurisdiction. Surely you, the Pope, can make an exception here. For what I am going to do, I must not be subject to being silenced by a superior. Though this sort of dispensation is rare, nonetheless it has and can happen. And Father Malachi was able to convince Pope Paul of the need for this dispensation, due to the special circumstances of his new mission. The Pope granted Malachi his wishes. He was dispensed of his vows of obedience and poverty, but not of celibacy.
So he granted me that and gave me a general commission to write and to be active in the field of communications about the church.
Malachi Martin left Rome for Paris. There, penniless, he worked translating books to pay for food and shelter. This lasted for about 8 to 10 months, and then he returned home to Ireland. Malachi stayed with his sister and her husband, but the troubles followed Malachi there. Jesuits from Rome stalked him in Ireland. These Jesuits had been in contact with the Martin family while Malachi was in France, telling the Martins that Malachi had suffered a breakdown in Rome in order to discredit Malachi with his family when he finally did come home. He has become mentally ill, the Jesuits told the Martins. To escape these men, he traveled to America and began a new chapter in his life as the emigrant in New York.
In many respects, Malachi was no different from any other immigrant. He came to America to escape dangers in the old country. His life was in danger. He had no money and had to work several jobs to put food on the table. He washed dishes and worked as a waiter in restaurants and drove taxicabs. But even there, living anonymously in New York, he was not left alone. The machinery went into work full-time on his reputation. His credibility had to be destroyed, and the misinformation began circulating.
Rumor number one, he became involved with a woman. The story went like this. The wife of an Australian reporter who was covering the council for Time magazine supposedly left Rome with Malachi. The truth of it was she left Rome on the same day Father Martin left the Eternal City. Rumor number two, he had been defrocked. A bold-faced lie. The Pope dispensed him from his vows of obedience and poverty, but he always kept his vow of chastity and said Mass, heard confessions, and performed exorcisms until his death. He wanted to be free of the vow of obedience because he knew that he had a mission in life, and his authorities would be able to silence him if he spoke out against them. Rumor number three, he was really not Irish, but an Israeli, a Mossad agent. Rumor number four, a spy for the KGB. Well, the lies about Martin were constant. They still are to this day. Even now, after his death, publishers who sell his books are sent letters warning them that Malachi Martin is a fraud, a heretic, a liar, no different from Martin Luther or Henry VIII. On radio talk shows, certain persons claiming to be Malachi's secretaries, advisors, or confidants misrepresent the facts about Malachi's life and his message. Once in a letter to a friend, Malachi touched upon how he handled the lies, the slanders, the smears.
Well over 25 years ago, I wrote to my superior in Rome complaining about these attacks and suggesting a certain course of action. He wrote back, quoting that passage of John's Gospel where Christ warns his disciples that the time would come when they would be ostracized and persecuted by people who would do that to them and think they were doing God's will. Can't you suffer too, for God's sake? That was my superior's answer.
Martin also wrote, quote, abusers and calumniators are not out to get to the truth, to build up, to edify. Their bent is to destroy, to liquidate. Hence, no matter what information you give them,
they will not desist. They will use it to further their destructive ambition. Hence, I found out there was no point in even trying to communicate with them. Everything they learned became merely grist for their grindstones of hate. Father Charles Fiore remembered how frustrated he became with his old friend for not speaking out against detractors. Malachi thought it was a chance for saintliness, but Fiore felt that for his station in life, he should stand up to these men, who were not only hurting Martin, but hurting the church. Finally, at Fiore's urging, he sued one of them for libel.
His response to the rumors, canards, and lies about him was, I thought, at times too piously passive, and I told him so. Perhaps he had dealt with them too long and was tired of denying them. He told me the story of a revered Jesuit lay brother in his days as a scholastic, whose victimhood Malachi saw as saintly. But I reminded him the obscure Jesuit brother was called by his own unique graces. He was not a public figure whose good name was critical to his livelihood. At my urging, with the help of his lawyer, Malachi confronted an especially vicious letter solicited by a Midwestern detractor that came from a major chancery and clearly with the collusion of its bishop.
For a time, he retained his status as an Irish citizen. In later years, however, he became an American citizen. Eventually, Malachi left the odd jobs and took up writing. For several years, he was editor of the religion section in National Review, and Martin quickly became the toast of the literary elite in New York. But being a priest first and writer second, he did not restrict himself only to the circles of the upper class. Friends remembered the amazing generosity he had for souls. Father Fiore told of how once, while walking down East 63rd Street, Malachi responded to a New York cab driver.
Once walking together on East 63rd Street in Manhattan, a cab driver stopped in traffic, spotted my Roman collar, and shouted, "Hey, Father, how you doing?" I waved and said something less than memorable, but Malachi said, "Let's talk with him." It took less than a minute. Traffic was still at a standstill, and as we approached, the cabbie spotted the plastic string rosary Malachi had in his hand and said, "I got one of them at home, but it broke." Malachi immediately gave the man his rosary. Most priests keep a desk full of them, but it typically was Malachi, not I, who gave his away.
Canadian Catholic reporter Bernard Jansen.
He did not carry himself as a celebrity. He was extremely friendly right from the very beginning. I came to the door and he said, "Come in." It was kind of like a warm welcome you'd expect from an Irishman. There was kind of a bond right from the very beginning because we had a common cause of working together to defend the faith. Malachi Martin was a man who used his time very efficiently, and he had carried on an enormous correspondence, and enabled to do that, plus carry on with his regular work. He had pastoral work, he had his communicating work with radio and TV. He authored many books. In order to carry on that workload, he had to work very efficiently, which he did. One time, when I came to interview Malachi Martin, he was late for the interviews. The reason he was late for the interviews is because he had gone out to purchase food for a family who was starving. He was an extraordinarily generous man. I was very surprised that when the listeners of our cassette tapes wrote to him, he always wrote back if they had a question. I was very surprised at the extent of his correspondence, and that he would take the time to write back to the faithful, who must have sent in many, many letters. They always got a response if they asked a question. I know there was a large volume of correspondence. We do have actually some copies of it somewhere in our records, because sometimes people would write to us and tell us about the correspondence that they had. Quite often, it would be questions with regards to how to practice the faith in a time when it's difficult to do so, because in many cases the authorities were actually working against the faith rather than for the faith. And this confused the faithful, so he provided much guidance and help to people who weren't really being properly administered to because of the current crisis in the church.
Lila Carr.
He knew a family, an older couple who had grown children. The man was dying of cancer, and Malachi would sometimes hear his confession, and certainly was giving advice to the family, and had gotten to know them a good deal. The disease progressed slowly, but it was clear that this man was going to die. And he had about a year before he died, he called his local parish, and the priest came and gave him the last rites. No, he anointed him. He didn't give him the last rites, but he did anoint him. But it was clear he wasn't imminently dying, so exactly what he did, I'm not sure. In any case, time went on, and the moment came when this gentleman was really dying. He was in extremis. And his wife called Malachi on the phone in tears, saying that she had called the priest again and told him that her husband was at death's door, literally, and asked him to come to give extreme unction. And the answer that the priest gave was chilling. He said, "I already did that a year ago. Don't you know that I'm running $1 million business here?" And he refused to come. So she asked Malachi what to do, and Malachi said, "If you can," they lived out of town, out of New York, he said, "I have no way to get there, but if you can get me there, I will do it." So one of this lady's grown children drove into New York and picked him up and brought him up to perform extreme unction. And the man, he was in his bed, obviously, and in considerable pain, and his face showed it. It was cramped and gray, and here Malachi tell it. It was his mouth was downturned, and his eyes were squinting shut. And by the time Malachi actually got into the room and was ready to do all the candles were lighted and so on, and he was ready to do the sacrament, the man had indeed died. He was dead, no longer breathing. And Malachi did the full traditional rite of extreme unction. And just as he was finishing, the man's widow said, Father Malachi, look." And they looked at his face, and this man was smiling. There was a lovely, beatific smile on his face. So you tell me that people don't respond to sacraments, and tell me that they're not supernatural.
When counseling sinners, the sick, the lonely, the mentally ill, husbands and wives experiencing marital problems, the priests and nuns persecuted by heretical superiors, he would give them his address or phone number so he could give them more time later on. He corresponded with thousands this way. In fact, whenever he was a guest on radio or television, he gave out his phone number and address so that people would write him with their troubles. Longtime friend, Father Paul Wickens.
He had a steady stream of penitents, though, a steady stream of people that he advised at every level, single, married, religious, men, women, third order, professed. After Father Malachi died and the calls started coming in, I knew that he had a wide range of contacts, but I had no idea it was that extensive. It was almost as if it was superhuman. I don't know how he ever found time to write. He kept in phone contact, personal contact, by letter, many people, many people, and he advised them and he gave them his time. He never rushed them. He was really a priest first and a writer second. I just want people to know that.
In the last several years, Father Martin gave spiritual counsel to thousands, even by email. Lila Karff Martin's literary agent was kind enough to tell us about Father Martin, correspondent.
The letters that came in, I've seen some of them. It's clear how deeply he saw into people's difficulties, and how beautifully our Lord had prepared him to preach to those people. Sometimes he, in order, because he just didn't have enough time to answer the tens and tens of thousands of letters that came, he would sometimes make a call to somebody if he had their phone number, if they gave him a phone number, which people very often did. They would give their address and their phone number, and give them spiritual advice on the telephone. And of course, that always opened up possibility of more phone calls and took still more time. But he did it by lengthening his day tremendously. He would sometimes say Mass at 4 in the morning or midnight, or in order to be able to get some correspondence in and still try to do his writing, his own writing. And I have to say that because of the tremendous burden of the correspondence, I don't mean that in a bad way, but just a lot of it, he did not get as far as he might have done on the book he wanted to do next. But that was God's will. In a telephone conversation that we had a few months before he died, I don't remember why he said this or what we were talking about. It was germane to the conversation. He said to me, "I want to help people. I want to please people." And I can't tell you how much he loved our Lord.
In his lifetime, Malachi Martin authored 16 books. Most of them made the bestseller list. And it was often assumed that Father Martin was a very wealthy man. However, many were surprised when Father Fiore took out an ad in the Wanderer requesting help with medical bills and funeral arrangements for his old friend Malachi. There's one thing we do know on this subject. We do know that he was very generous with his earnings and used some of his money to put 18 men through the seminary. Martin had no home of his own, but on the suggestion of Cardinal Cook, he rented a room from the Lavanos family in Manhattan. They provided Malachi with a bedroom, a place to write, and a chapel. Every morning he arose at 5:30 and said a Tridentine Mass there.
He worked in the tiniest room you can imagine, and he did everything. He slept there and said Mass there and wrote his books there and wrote his letters there and made his phone calls there.
Close friend and driver Bob Morrow.
He said a very quietly reverential Mass. There was some part of him that was on another plane. On the occasions when I was able to serve Mass for him, it was edifying, and it's something I will never forget, because looking back on it, I wonder why I merited the grace of being there at all.
Mrs. Lavanos did everything she could to help Martin. Mrs. Lavanos was a very proper, matriarchal woman who knew that Malachi would exhaust himself if somebody didn't put their foot down. Surgeon, psychiatrist, close friend Dr. Rama Kumaraswamy explained.
Kaikia Lavanos was like a mother to him, took wonderful care of him, sometimes had to scream at him to stop him from working, but she had a real mother's love for him and did everything she could to make his life comfortable and safe, which was hard to do because he was perfectly willing to work 24 hours a day helping people, and she would put her foot down and say, after 18 hours you have to stop. So I think that she was a blessing for him. She gave herself the job of being his guardian, and sometimes people called her, the Dragon Lady, because she built barriers so people could not get to him sometimes. But she was correct in doing that because she was trying to protect him.
When he was dispensed from his vows of obedience and poverty by Paul VI, he was still a priest, but was no longer a cleric. So instead of a black suit and white collar, he wore a suit and tie, and that's how he dressed during his
30 years in New York City, though he still remained a Catholic priest. He still retained his priestly faculties. Though Martin had an enormous amount of sources and contacts, far too numerous to speak with in this or any other program, there was one person in particular who can speak with knowledge of the obstacles he faced in 1969 while trying to get his first book out to the public, his literary agent, Lila Karp.
The Encounter was the first book that he published after he came to the United States. He had published a little bit before that. But it was his first book in this country was nonfiction. And the campaign, I suppose one would call it, against him started almost at once because the man who was assigned as his editor first lost the manuscript. And then, when he finally found it and read it, said that he would rather publish 100 quatrains of poetry than publish The Encounter. That was his assigned editor. The book was published in spite of him, and what that book did was foretell the crisis into which the three great religions, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, were falling. It was a book that the Library Journal rated as one of the most important books of the year, and the New York Times even thought it was full of incendiary concepts. But his editor almost saw that it wasn't published.
And that experience with The Encounter by no means was the end of the obstacles they would have in publishing Martin's books.
He said to me, really not that long before he died, he said that we had, and he meant he, but he was being very generous, that we had come up against the most remarkable enemies. And he, even as we were working years ago, when we had particular difficulties about a book, he would say, thinking about the great enemy, the devil, he would say, we must be doing something right. But the point is that his forecasts and the opposition against him always went hand in hand. And it was Christ versus Lucifer all the way, in my opinion. But as I say, he was a fighter first class. So his books really are a 30-year record of foretelling events in the most difficult circumstances, and of forecasting what, in many cases, what seemed unbelievable at first, but that have, in fact, happened and have changed the lives of generations of men and women in every part of the world.
Malachi's next release, Three Popes and a Cardinal, was published in 1972. It was an analysis of the times. It was an analysis of three popes who ruled through those times: Popes Pius XII, John the 23rd, and Paul VI. Pius XII, Eugenio Pacelli, the perfect Roman, the Prince of Power. Pope John the 23rd, Angelo Roncalli, the event, the ecumenical council, a stage for human drama, a theater of the spirit and the living man. Pope Paul VI, Giovanni Montini, the Prince of Agony, strengthened by wisdom, beset by the madness, haunted by the futurists.
Three Popes and the Cardinal was nonfiction, and that was the first time he predicted in the opening sentence of the book, as a matter of fact. He predicted that by the year 2000, as a cliche date, that there would no longer be a religious institution recognizable as the Roman Catholic and Apostolic Church of today. That was in 1972. And his editor, the same editor, wanted to take that not only the prediction, but the whole introduction to that book, wanted to remove it from the book. Fortunately, I was able to save it and got into a bit of a Donnybrook because of that. But anyway, that prediction has obviously turned out to be completely vindicated by events.
With 1973 came the release of Jesus Now.
Jesus Now finally was the book in which Malachi and that editor parted company. And that book, too, was prophetic in that it a lot of people's oxes were gored, I think, in that book, because what he was saying there is that that all of us, and for generations and centuries, have tried to make Jesus into what we want him to be, and have tried to make his church into what we want that to be. But that Jesus now is what he always was and will always be, and that it is Jesus now, in his love for us, who is dismantling what Malachi called our spent society. And with it is dismantling the ecclesiastical, the structural portion of the church, in order to build a new structure to house the ecclesial church that will stand against the very powers of hell. And that, as I say, that book is the book that really did it between him and that editor who was so much against him.
We asked Lila to tell us a little about Malachi's working habits as a writer.
When he was working on a book, he would give me pages, and he would go on writing, and then I would edit behind him. And I had a great advantage as a reader as well as an editor, because we would meet sometimes, and we would just walk. We would walk around the city, and he, because I learned that it was at times like that he would talk about what was on his mind, and what was on his mind was what he was writing about. And so I got tremendous insights into what he was still working on. I hadn't seen it yet. And it became more, because he knew so much, and his intellect was so great, and his knowledge was so vast. Sometimes he would compress things too much, and it would not be intelligible. I had the advantage of being, because of that element of our working together, I had the advantage of being able to call him up and say, listen, you need to open this out a little more. I want to hear more about da-da-da-da-da, whatever it was he had been telling me about. And it was, those talks were as valuable to me, both professionally and certainly personally, as anything we did together.
For speaking out against corruption, Martin was repaid by many conservatives by being denounced as a teller of tales and another Andrew Greeley. In reality, nothing could be further from the truth. Greeley was one of the leading spokesmen of novelty and heresy, while Martin steadfastly defended the sacred traditions of the church and exposed the very men Greeley admired. Bernard Jansen provides a clear explanation as to the difference between Father Martin and Father Greeley.
Well, he was never airing the dirty laundry of the church in order to air the dirty laundry of the church. That might perhaps set him apart from Andrew Greeley. He usually had a thesis that he was working on, and in order to, let's say, defend the thesis that the church is going through a grave crisis, he would obviously have to provide some supporting evidence for that. It's unavoidable that you're going to have to expose some of the details of the crisis in the church if you're actually going to defend the case that the church is undergoing a crisis.
Greeley despised Malachi Martin. He said so publicly. And it wasn't only the left who used Malachi for target practice. One prominent quote-unquote conservative member of the New York clergy accused him of fathering children, and many at Chancery office used their power and influence to spread utter lies and falsehoods about him. But not all of the comments were negative ones, as his agent Lila Karff relates.
I am speaking from a background of 30 years of working with Malachi, first as his editor, and then over the past not quite 20 years as his editor and literary agent. So I've been with him since he began publishing in this country. And in that time, as he's published his books, one after another. A lot has been made of him as a prophet, and that's true. In his books especially, the predictions he made were very wide-ranging, and they had to do both with church and with state, because there's no separating the two in the end. God is the creator of everything and the master of all, and certainly the master of history. In those predictions he made that were published in his books, he was never wrong. On an individual level, of course, he had just as great a gift for discernment of souls, and many people, some of whom he never even met face-to-face, can tell you about that. But as his editor and agent for such a long time, I am better able to talk about his books, I think. And in a sense, I think his books were the widest and most enduring platform he had for forecasting, and as in the case of the Jesuits, of reporting events that he said would change our lives, and that did change our lives.
Martin Goldman, the editor of Intellectual Digest, had asked Lila if Malachi could write a series of essays on all the ways that men have searched for meaning. So, in 1974, Malachi Martin published a book called The New Castle. One reviewer called The New Castle, quote, an insightful and thrilling onslaught of the modern dislocated consciousness, unquote. It's a work of history, philosophy, prophecy, guiding the reader through the history of different societies that set out to give meaning to the disorder of existence. The New Castle provides an analysis of the civilization of Rome, of Constantinople, the civilizations of Jerusalem, Mecca, Peking, Wittenberg, and also what is known as Americanism. Malachi Martin described his novels as faction, which is to say they were a combination of fact and fiction. 85 to 90% fact with 10 to 15% literary invention, he said. As time went on, he found himself changing the names of the characters in the book in order to, in his words, give the guilty time to go to confession. Traditionalist author and good friend, Dr. Rama Kumaraswamy, elaborates on other reasons why Malachi began writing in the faction style.
He really was trying to find a way to defend what I would call the traditional church, or the traditional values of the church, and he realized the various attacks upon this, and I think he tried to put this into novelistic form so that he could tell things that he knew which he could not tell in any other way, for medical or for legal reasons and so forth. So the novel was for him a way of exposing some of the things that are going on in Rome.
Most of his works concern traditional Catholicism, globalism, geopolitics, and that complex relationship between the Catholic Church and the governments of the world. In the beginning, the American press showered Martin with adulation. Forbes magazine said of him, "No spiritual journey is complete without a Vatican novel by Malachi Martin." The Dallas Morning News wrote, "In biblical times, he would have been called a prophet." But, as with so many in the spotlight, the cheers and accolades were short-lived, and they turned on him in no time at all. The New York Times banned him from their bestseller list, even though he would have made it every time. And when he died, the obituary, which appeared in the Times, only quoted harsh critics and detractors. Father Fiore responded in a letter to the editor in which he wrote, quote, "Your obituary of my collaborator and friend of almost 20 years, Father Malachi Martin, contained one outright falsehood, a slanderous connotation, and repeated the subjective and erroneous biases of several reviews of his books. It is shameful that the Times has used the death of this valiant good priest and brilliant author to heap scorn and scandal upon his memory and accomplishments," unquote. Father Fiore added, "I hope the Times does not publish my obituary." On the subject of possession, Malachi Martin was the authority. Close friends remarked on how exhausted, bruised, beaten he was when he would come home from one. And it was not at all uncommon for him to sleep for one day, maybe a day and a half afterwards. Henry V. King.
One morning, it was Thanksgiving morning, he called me to say Happy Thanksgiving and also to say that to ask for prayers. He said, I'm involved in a very difficult exorcism. You won't be hearing from me for a few weeks at least. But he said, pray for me.
In Rome, the United States, and elsewhere, he conducted dozens of exorcisms. His book, Hostage to the Devil, is an excellent documentation on 5 actual cases of demonic possession and exorcism. It was in 1976, with the release of Hostage to the Devil, that Malachi Martin became a world-famous writer.
As an exorcist, when you do exorcisms, minor and major, the demons constantly taunt you with the condition of the church. They say, well, we're in St. Peter's. We can talk to whom we like. We have representatives sitting beside your Pope every day. What are you talking about? We are legit. I'm quoting demons now. This is what is said to you. How dare you? And our prince has been enthroned, installed. And you're still against us? What are you trying to persecute us for? When you're trying to expel demons. And it's a dreadful thing. Or you keep repeating the name of Jesus and the prayers and the command to get out. They eventually do, under protest. And it's the only published record of 5 exorcisms of living Americans. It was based on video and audio tapes because I have been very active in exorcism all my life. It was a bestseller here and abroad, and it still is. What it does is this. It proves that any man or woman over 50 who doesn't realize that out in those streets and in those boardrooms and in the boudoirs and in the corporate headquarters and in the army headquarters and the government chancelleries, who doesn't realize that Satan is alive and active and happy, that man or woman is a jackass. But the devil, the old figure with horns and a dirty tail and yellow eyes and dirty books under his arm, hiding behind the bushes and saying, come over and I'll show you some sin. Oh no, that's myth and superstition. It always was. This is an angelic intelligence, far more potent than any human intelligence could ever be. It's an angelic intelligence.
Malachi Martin went out of his way to make the distinction between Hollywood's interpretation of possession and the real thing.
Say, if you take, for instance, The Exorcist, the picture of, called The Exorcist, with Linda Blair in it, based on Blatty's book, which is based on a real event, by the way, but distorted totally by Blatty and the picture. It really is Dracula Frankenstein horror film to make you shiver, give you goosebumps. And people love getting goosebumps. They love being made nervous, but that doesn't, it's all in the imagination. It's like any horror movie, like any Dracula Frankenstein movie. That's one thing. But I assure you, the reality of exorcism, the reality of demon possession, is totally different. I remember, I'll give you an example. There was a Dr. Hammond, psychologist, who always kept saying the same thing. He said, this is all imagination. He said that these people require very careful therapy. So finally, and he said, let me be present at an exorcism, thing we don't do normally. So finally we admitted him. Hammond never went back to psychiatry. He became a Catholic, and he was Jewish originally. Once he was hit by the reality of the demon, of demonic presence. It's something that you don't forget, and it's nothing like looking at The Exorcist.
He also noted that those involved with the occult are often those you might not suspect.
The Satanists I know, who belong to Luciferian and Satanist covens in New York, are all lawyers, doctors, architects, nurses, brokers, businessmen, entrepreneurs, and they're perfectly respectable citizens. They pay their taxes, and their work as surgeons or as doctors or research scientists is impeccable. No, they're perfectly respectable, but they are worshippers of Lucifer.
In 1988, psychiatrist Dr. M. Scott Peck, author of Roads Less Traveled, noted that Hostage to the Devil was the classic work of the 20th century on the subject of exorcism. Without Martin's remarkably thoughtful cases of spiritual affliction, Peck wrote,
It was extremely doubtful that scientists would ever have begun to examine such a dangerous but important subject for another 100 years. Science, particularly the science of psychiatry, and many suffering patients hold this book a deep sense of gratitude. Those words from Dr. M. Scott Peck, a well-known psychiatrist. Many called him a crackpot, a nut who was obsessed with Satanism. His reply was a most convincing one. A lot of people don't believe in the devil, he said. They shake their heads and say it's a myth. I wish to God it was a myth. Father Charles Fiore.
Well, I think Hostage to the Devil, and I've said this many times, is the best work in English on demonic possession in the last half of this century. I just think that it is the best thing available. What it does for those who aren't familiar with it is that it takes 5 actual cases of demonic possession in the United States, which Malachi researched. And you must remember that Malachi himself functioned as an exorcist or as an assistant at exorcisms virtually up to the time of his death. And in these 5 cases, I once asked him, why did you choose these particular 5? And he said, because taken together, they exemplify all of the various aspects of demonic infestation or possession. And it's a masterful work. Now, there are a number of people who object to it because in telling the stories, Malachi used language that was in the transcripts or the official records of the various cases that these people see as bad language, etc. But the point of it is that the devil doesn't, if you'll excuse the expression, the devil doesn't give a damn about bad language. You cannot tell the story of demonic possession or discuss the whys and wherefores of it without taking into consideration the kind of evil that the devil is involved with and how he subverts the hearts of men. And this is what the book is all about.
New York City friend Sal Gadanga.
Malachi has done quite a number of exorcisms, and he's suffered a great deal. He's had heart attacks through them. They suffer a lot. You know, to do an exorcism, a true or good exorcism, you've got to fast on bread and water for 3 days, and it requires a staunch will, a lot of praying, and it's a tough situation. And he suffered a lot with that.
These sessions not only took a great deal out of him physically and emotionally, but also consumed an enormous amount of time out of his schedule, as Bernard Jansen recalls.
We did a 2-part cassette tape series on the subject of exorcism. And on one occasion, he delayed doing a series of interviews because he was involved in an exorcism, and of course he wanted that to be completed before he would do the next series of tapes that we were scheduled for.
Close friend and driver Bob Morrow would on occasion drive Martin to exorcism.
It was not to all that many which were outside of the New York area, because most of them, I was given to understand by Malachi himself, were somewhere within the 5 boroughs of New York, and they often occurred at crazy hours. But the few that I did take him to, he was always very matter-of-fact about what he was going to do, where he was going, and they were physically draining on him, but he never gave any outward appearance of that. I mean, you could occasionally tell, because something like that, of course, takes not only a spiritual but a physical toll. But you know, he was never one to wear anything like that on his sleeve ever. He was, you know, as a Jesuit, as one of the Pope's men who had to go out and become experts in whatever field of life they were in, always with an eye towards, you know, serving the papacy and our Lord. You know, he was an everyday soldier of Christ, and this was just something that he did as part of being a soldier for our Lord.
And when asked whether or not any of the priests in Hostage to the Devil were based on Martin's own experiences, Lila answered.
I don't know. I know that he was involved in exorcisms at the time that he was writing that book. Whether he was actually involved in one of those exorcisms, I'm not certain. I would think that if he had been, it would have been Zio and the Smiler. The one that involved, that took place while Paul VI was visiting New York. That's always been a possibility in my mind, but I never pinned it down with him. I don't believe that he was involved in any of the others, and as a matter of fact, some of them were protracted, as you know, and I don't think he could have been, and many of them were not in this area, and he was in this area, so he didn't do that. But he was involved in many, many exorcisms, and in a sense, he gave his life, in a real, honest-to-goodness contention as a martyr, and a real contention with intelligent evil. Does that answer your question?
The Final Conclave, published in 1978, just before the election of John Paul I. It warned that certain cardinals and other prelates were highly involved with the world of big business. Martin admitted that the character Domenico, the simple holy cardinal, was in real life Cardinal Albino Luciani, who later reigned a short-lived pontificate under the name of John Paul I. Martin was excited about the election of the new pope. He called him a back-to-basics sort of pontiff, a man who had the simplicity, holiness, and strength of will to address the many grave problems that faced the Roman Catholic Church in 78. He predicted that Luciani would restore the Latin Mass, solve the problems of the modern seminaries, and discipline the heretics. Unlike his predecessor, Pope Paul VI, Pope John Paul I planned not to focus solely on Humanae Vitae issues, but rather on all facets of Christ's teaching. Father Martin stressed that it would be an exciting papacy, with a pope who would urge Catholics to spend more time feeding the hungry, nursing the sick, visiting shut-ins. He also said that Pope John Paul I was going to attack clericalism and snobbishness among the clergy. Most dangerously, he said, the new pope would stop the Vatican bankers from doing business with evil men and evil families. Malachi had high hopes for Cardinal Luciani, Pope John Paul I, and he made no secret of the fact that that was one of the great disappointments of his life. That morning in 1978, when he awoke to hear the news that the new pope was dead.
We did miss out on a great pope due to the vagaries of death, let's put it like that in a general vague sense, because John Paul I came to the papacy with his entire policy laid out. He was going to, remember it was 78, Kevin, and that's a long time ago, really, in the way things happen today. And in 78, he was going to start a reform of the theologians, and a reform of the nuns, and a reform of the teachers and of the bishops that was feasible in 1978. So much water has passed under the bridge since then that now it's no longer feasible as he planned it. And perhaps that's one of the reasons why he had to die, according to certain people. But about that, I'd rather say very little for the moment because it's a very big question. John Paul II entered, and we all knew that he entered the papacy under the pall of death and the threat of death. And indeed, that threat was almost carried out in 1981, and he's still under that threat of death. And he hasn't the same caliber of character as John Paul I had. John Paul I was a man of no compromises. Yes was yes and no was no. This man is trying desperately to guide his way between forces that have got very strong since then, and threaten indeed to overturn the entire papacy within the church and from without the church.
Lila Karp.
Final Conclave. This was his first book of fiction. But even as fiction, it was hailed by the Washington Post as the only, and not only by the Washington Post, but by a front-page news story printed by the Washington Post with a Vatican dateline. And it was hailed in that news article, as the only book that uncannily predicted the political alliances that led to the election of what they then called Polish bishop. He showed how the white papers are circulated and revised and circulated again. He showed all of the dealings that go into conclave before indeed the Holy Spirit makes his choice. And one of the things he did after we published the final conclave, that was the last book of his that I actually published when I was on the, as I like to say, the publishing side of publishing. I'm now on the agenting side of publishing. And he was interviewed a lot. Obviously, we launched that book in a press conference, which is almost unheard of for a work of so-called fiction. And it got a lot of pickup in the press, in the television and the print press. And in one interview at which I was present with a man named John Osinenko, who's gone to God bless him, who was at a major news service in the United States, asked Malachi who he thought would be the next pope. And Malachi named Albino Luciani. And John Osinenko had never heard the name. Most people hadn't. And he just didn't have the nerve to print it. And Malachi made that prediction to a number of people. The only newspaper that I'm aware of in the whole world that picked up on that prediction was Welt am Sonntag in Germany. And I still have the clip of that article. But John Osinenko probably was kicking himself from here to Sunday for not having printed that prediction.
As an archaeologist who had worked on digs in, among other places, Tyre and the Sinai Peninsula, a linguist who specialized in the alphabets and writings of pre-Davidic times, with a doctorate in Semitic languages, who had published a 2-volume work on the Dead Sea Scrolls, who better than Malachi Martin was equipped to write the nearly 500-page novel on the life of perhaps the greatest hero of the Old Law. King of Kings, a 500-page novel exploring the life of David, examined his close ties to the prophet Samuel, the slaying of Goliath, his love-hate relationship with King Saul, and his life as the King of Israel. Published in 1980, it was a success with critics and readers alike. The decline and the fall of the Roman Church was next, a return to the mainstay of Martin's works, and published 1 year following King of Kings. Decline and Fall of the Roman Church traces the history of schisms, heresies, intrigue, and corruption, all the way up to and including the death of John Paul I and the crisis that faced John Paul II.
Father Martin first came to know his friend of nearly 20 years, Father Charles Fiore, in 1983. Fiore, who had left the Dominicans, he later joined the Society of St. Peter in 1992, was the publisher and editor of a quarterly Catholic opinion paper called Idea Inc. After one of Idea Inc.'s first mailings, he received a letter from Malachi Martin. It should be said here that Malachi was one of the most faithful correspondents. He was always quick to return a letter, and it was always personally handwritten, never typed or dictated. Fiore later commented that it wasn't necessary at all for Father Martin to write back, as Malachi could have merely sent in a subscription. In any case, Father Fiore responded, and they soon became fast friends. It was the beginning of their many letters, phone calls and visits. The two shared common concerns about the teaching and governance of the Church, and the demise of the orders they had once belonged to, the Jesuits and the Dominicans. Father Fiore, retreat master, theologian and professor at the Institute of Spiritual Theology at River Forest, Illinois, near Chicago, and at the Angelicum in Rome, proofread the manuscripts for works such as The Jesuits, Keys of This Blood, and provided much of the most valuable information in Windswept House.
With 1984 came the release of 2 books, There Is Still Love and Rich Church, Poor Church. There Is Still Love was written on the suggestion of a cab driver who voiced his thoughts to Malachi in a personal conversation about the seeming lack of the presence of God and God's love in the world today. There Is Still Love was a series of 5 parables of modern life, all of which were based on true stories, with the main characters finding themselves in dangerous predicaments. At the most critical point, a gospel character finds its way into the main character's life. This is followed up by an ending or suggested possible endings with Catholic solutions. Rich Church, Poor Church is an expose which documents financial corruption within church hierarchy in Rome. Ever the Vatican insider, Malachi told what needed to be told, showing the corruption for what it was. And he did so with accuracy and without bias. His talents, knowledge, and education went far beyond what you might see in even the most impressive, multi-talented Renaissance man. Martin knew a substantial amount about each and every subject he addressed. As a linguist, he was fluent in nearly a dozen languages, though he knew something about and was capable of understanding many others. His first language, Gaelic, was the ancient language of his native Ireland. His second language was English, but he also spoke German, Greek, ancient and modern, Italian, Latin, Hebrew, Chinese, Flemish, French, and also Russian, which he learned for diplomatic missions. In 1978, in New York, he was interviewed in German over the telephone about the final conclave, and the interviewer was calling from Germany. So it goes without saying that Martin was no dilettante. Once, while walking into the MSNBC studios for an interview, a man in the hallway asked him a complex question concerning a mathematical dimension of the Bible. Martin stopped, listened for a moment, and answered the man's question in length and in detail. Interviewers often referred to Martin as a polymath. During broadcasts, he could answer questions on the widest imaginable range of topics and fields and answer the most difficult questions at length and in depth. And it was common for Martin to invite callers to write or call him at home afterwards. But there was more to him than high intelligence and enormous education, as Lila Karff tells us.
I would compare Malachi to Ignatius or to such a man even as Robert Bellarmine, to the great intellectual Jesuits who also were great priests and saints. And what happens in a case like that is that there is a fusion of grace, of that grace that comes through the sacraments, a fusion of that grace of God with an extraordinary learning and understanding of men and events on an extraordinary scale. There's almost nothing about which he didn't know something, so that he could sit down and have a conversation with some of the finest intellects that, whether Catholic or not, that this world has known in his lifetime, and at the same man could speak with people who had virtually no education, with doormen and truck drivers and cab drivers and garbage collectors and building guards about whatever was on their minds at whatever level they could understand, and he would always introduce into that element of grace, so that it wasn't just a giant intellect, and it wasn't grace without knowledge. It was a fusion of those two things.
In 1987, Martin published another bestseller, The Jesuits. The Jesuits revealed the shocking, behind-the-scenes political intrigue of the new church's revamped and politically correct Society of Jesus. This time he pulled out all the stops. This time, Malachi Martin named names. The Jesuits was a tell-all expose, a story of high treason, deception, infiltration, and compromise, cowardice, utter shame, all within St. Ignatius Loyola's Society of Jesus. Critics called it historically rooted, extensively documented, though there were some things he did not have to research. He had lived through the experiences. Renowned Jesuit author Father John Hardin called it virtually 100% correct. The Jesuits exposed the new agenda within the order and how the Society of Jesus quietly, gradually evolved into nothing more than a liberal, modernist, heretical version of the Peace Corps. They had abandoned their traditions and their founder's goal to pass on Christ's teaching and administer the sacraments. Henry V. King.
The Jesuits, Dr. Martin contended, was at war against the Catholic Church on two big issues. One, who commands the Roman Catholic Church and lays down the law as to what Catholics must believe, and two, what sort of morals Catholics must practice. Dr. Martin wrote that for many Jesuits, the Church's centralized authority, the command, was unacceptable to them. In a place, or rather in place of a hierarchic hierarchy that we have, they aimed at a church composed of small and autonomous committees of lay people, who they named the people of God, or the people's church. And they were all loosely associated only by faith, not by one central authority, such as the papacy claims to be. Society of Jesus, Dr. Martin contended in his book, substituted the now battle for the liberation of one class of men and women in society who are oppressed socially and economically and the victims of political injustice.
The critics imply that Martin was some sort of a Phil Donahue type who relished in telling the dark and depressing side of things, but Lila Karp tells a different story.
I didn't think he would do the book. Actually, I was chatting with an editor about Malachi, and the editor suggested that he do a book on the Jesuits, and I said I didn't think he would do it, and I called him, and he said yes, he would. So that shows how much I knew. And that was not a book of prediction, but a book of revelation. He had the courage to see things as they were without skewing them, and then to say what he saw. This book is probably the book that in the doing of which he had to summon all of that courage. I could see how painful it was for him to do this. He was so much a Jesuit to his bones. But at the same time, he could not do it. The suggestion, I think, was from the editor was the hand of God, and I think that he never said this to me, and I'm putting words in his mouth, but I think that he probably saw it as that too. It was time to say what was happening, and he said it, and it's a classic. And I believe that any Catholic, certainly, who doesn't read that book does not have the courage that Malachi Martin had. And anyone beyond, who is not a Catholic, who is not a Jesuit certainly, but who is not a Catholic, who doesn't read that book will, I think, fail to understand the tremendous, deep change that secularism can make in the faithful, and has made even in the best of the faithful.
Well, this was the first book published which, in cameo, outlined what had happened, the major orders of the Church. In brief, between 1965 and 1975, the major orders of the Church, the Jesuits, Dominicans, Franciscans, Carmelites, literally turned their backs on the papacy and proceeded to follow a line about the Church and about the mission of salvation of the Church, which is at variance with the traditional Catholic view of life and death and resurrection. I did merely a cameo study of the Jesuits, and immediately it was applied to all the other orders. They began to realize that something was extremely rotten in the state of Denmark, that if the Jesuits could have gone like that, and they did go like that, then they could explain the vagaries of the Franciscans and the horrible corruption of the Dominican order. And all these orders had been the bastions of the Church for centuries. And you know, it's a terrible reflection I have, Bernard, that today What John Paul II needs at the present moment, like he needs air to breathe, he needs a body of men, highly trained, specialists all, in every possible department and sector of human life. He needs them internationally established at all the choke points of civilization: Africa, Asia, America, North and South, Canada, the Soviet Union, old Europe, Western Europe and Central Europe and Scandinavia. He needs them highly centralized. He needs them utterly obedient to the voice of Peter. He needs them utterly devoted to Our Lady and our Lord. He needs them as priests. And that was the Jesuits. That's exactly what Ignatius had in mind. And today, they are not there any longer.
Father Charles Fiore.
When he wrote the Jesuits, he basically was showing how the Jesuits, the Society of Jesus, one of the most powerful religious congregations in the church, had come to the sorry state in which it was in the years just prior to the Vatican Council and certainly in the years after the Vatican Council. And he pointed out that how they had fallen from their loyalty to the Holy Father, to the Holy See, and their original mission, which was to be the defenders of the faith in a very special way and great educators, and how they had compromised with the powers that be in the world, particularly in Central and South America with regard to liberation theology, and throughout the church in terms of its taking the most liberal stands on issues, sometimes in apparent opposition to the teaching of the church itself. Now, most of this happened under Father Pedro Arrupe, then the Minister General of the Jesuits in Rome. But after Father Arrupe's ailment or sickness and eventual death, it was picked up by his successors running the Society of Jesus. Now, the point that Malachi makes in the book is basically he speaks in a very personal way. On every page of the book, what leaps out at you is his terrible, deep disappointment in what has become to his beloved Society of Jesus. But he also uses it as a paradigm of what was going on in the church and continues to go on in the church with every religious order of priests and brothers and nuns, without exception, and what is going on in the seminaries of the various dioceses around the world.
The leader in the wolf pack of Catholic theologians who, since 1965, have lacerated and shredded not merely the flank, but the substance of Catholicism. Karl Rahner refused, point blank, at a critical and terribly painful moment in the modern history of the papacy, to defend Catholic teaching on contraception. He would not do that for the Pope himself, who had asked the Jesuits to help him in his desperation. The Jesuits.
In many ways, the Jesuits paralleled George Orwell's 1984. Many Jesuits who read it in manuscript form told him they believed it to be a masterpiece of accuracy, though most did not dare to defend it when the book was denounced upon publication. Following the release of his new novel on the Society of Jesus, Pope John Paul II came to America. He told radio interviewer Kevin Doran of the dilemmas the pontiff faced.
The Catholic Church in America is shot, mainly because of the defection of the nuns and mainly because of the bad direction given by the local priests and by the bishops. They no longer teach catechism. They no longer teach the basic truths of faith. And no wonder the young people no longer understand and know their faith and know what a sacrament is and know what confession is and know what sin is, and therefore they're not going to go to Mass or confession, and they're going to indulge in all the sins that our society, our glorious society, tempts them to commit.
The Americanization of the Catholic Church was something that Father Leonard Feeney of Boston had warned about back in the 1940s. Brother Francis Maloof of St. Benedict Center in New Hampshire knew Malachi Martin very well on this particular point.
When he wrote his book about it, there was no mention of Father Feeney in it. And a very prominent friend of ours called him and said, "How is it you could write about the Jesuits in the 20th century and you don't mention Father Feeney? Haven't you heard of him?" He said, he must be kidding, of course. Who hasn't heard about Father Feeney? But I didn't want to write on that subject on the basis of the information that was given to us as Jesuits. I wanted to get the truth from its source. And the friend who called him told him that he should get in touch with me, which he did immediately. And then he came and visited us, spent some time with us, and I gave him the Loyolas and Cabots to read, and then that was his report. He said, this is the greatest event religiously that happened in this 20th century. He was very, very excited about it. He spoke about it in the strongest terms. And he said, I would like to write a book on this whole thing.
If all religions are true, there is no true religion, because they contradict each other. And if it is okay for anybody to say or do anything, provided he respects your human rights, defined by positive law, not by God, if that's the way it is, then what's the point of any spiritual activity? There's none whatever. And therefore, there's no such thing as the true faith, there's no such thing as the one true church, there's no such thing as there's no salvation outside the church. All that is out the window. I've been at meetings where I've talked about the doctrine of the Church of Catholics, meeting 400 of them. I'm thinking of an audience I had recently in New York. And the moment I said that only Catholics will get to heaven, and outside the church there's no salvation, there was almost an audible hiss. They almost one plate at me. It was a breakfast. And the chaplain who was standing beside me nearly hit me, because it's dead against the new ethos where everybody's okay. You go traveling by road 22, I'm traveling by 21. We're both arriving at the same good, holy, kind, benign, gentle Godfather. You can discuss papal infallibility. You can discuss the possibility there's no hell, or if there is a hell, there's nobody in it. And you don't get all het up at me. You don't condemn me. They people know it. But papal doctrine is that even political power descends through the papacy. All power on earth comes from Christ, and his only vicar on earth is the Pope. And the idea of democracy, that is the people have power, I'm sorry, that's not Catholic. All power comes from Christ. He said it himself, all power is given to me in heaven and on earth.
Martin wrote in a letter to a friend, the doctrinal facts are, there is no salvation outside the Church of Rome. Just being a sincere Muslim, a sincere Jew, and a sincere Presbyterian, etc., will not save. Invincible ignorance is just a myth. There is no such thing except in theory. The whole idea of Roman Catholicism is based on the elect, i.e., not all will be saved. To another, he wrote, the treatment Father Feeney received from Cushing, Spellman, and Wright was the first overt movement of American modernism. You know, of course, that the Holy See has exonerated Father Leonard completely.
Father Martin planned to write a biography of Father Feeney and began the research, but author Gary Potter was writing his own book on the subject at the time called After the Boston Heresy Case. Father Martin didn't want to interfere with the release of Potter's work and moved on to other projects. He never did complete the work on Father Leonard Feeney. Father Martin's next work was The Keys of This Blood, published in 1990. It was the most scholarly critique of the geopolitical war games between Russia, the West, and the Vatican ever published. At a time when the American media was jubilantly proclaiming the joys of the complete destruction of communism, this work was one of the first to dare to raise questions of doubt. Keys of This Blood was not only a condemnation of Vatican II's policy of appeasing the East, it raised serious questions as to whether or not communism was really dead or merely playing possum. His assertion that Marxism had truly infiltrated the Catholic Church was not only unnerving, but also on the whole quite convincing. Keys also offered some explanation as to why Pope John Paul II was shot in 1981. One critic wrote, Keys of This Blood is not only profound scholarship, but galvanizing drama as well. One must really wonder if communism is as crippled as the media has let on. Moreover, Martin is truly convincing in his assertion that the Church has been infiltrated by full-fledged Marxists. Father Charles Fiore.
Keys of This Blood was a very important book because it was, in fact, an analysis of the role of Pope John Paul II in the fight for dominance in the current world. And so what Malachi did in the Keys of This Blood was to analyze in a very specific way what the role Malachi has an epilogue that is very close to being what I would consider prophetic. He saw the events. He knew the main characters, including the Holy Father. He had met and talked with the Holy Father many times, was very highly connected with the Vatican. And so it is phenomenal to somebody who reads the Keys of this Blood, the scope of the book, but also I find especially fascinating that epilogue. And I would suggest to somebody who has read it or has not read it yet at all that they reread the book or read it for the first time and read that epilogue.
Lila Carr.
When he wrote the book, nobody was yet talking about the New World Order, and we submitted the manuscript, and the editor called it, he read it, and he said that he thought it was Malachi's true tour de force. And he showed it to the publisher, and the publisher took one look at the subtitle, which said, it talked about Pope John Paul II versus East and West for the New World Order, or something along like that, lines like that, but using the phrase the New World Order. And the publisher said, you have to take that phrase off of the title page because it's just off the wall. Everybody will laugh him out of it. It's just not credible. Nobody will believe it. By the time the book was published, everybody, every world leader from Bush to Kohl to Gorbachev to Peking to everybody was talking about the New World Order. So that again proved that he knew more than his publishers knew, and that he was he just read events. He knew what was coming. It was unmistakable to him. He discusses in one particular chapter, he discusses a man named Gramsci who had a blueprint for winning the world over to Marxism. And it's a blueprint that is holding sway right now. It's a blueprint for secularism and for winning the world to that secularist point of view. That everything is relative. There's no truth. There is only evolving reality, and even God is evolving. It's all of that stuff. But Gramsci had a plan of how to implement it, and that's what's happening now.
Father Paul Wickens.
He's prophetic, and without attempting to be a prophet. He just said, this is what could happen to the church. This is where the church has gone. He has one of his chapters called the Judas Complex, and that is how Judas wanted to remain in the band of Christ, wanted to remain one of the apostles, but he wanted to shake hands with the world. He wanted to adapt the church of Christ to the world, to what the Pharisees and Herod and those people thought of what the Messiah should be like. And he said, Judas started off fine. He was probably a devout young man, and Christ chose him, and he had many graces. But over a period of time, he compromised to such an extent that when he saw that Christ was not going to cooperate, then he betrayed him. Now, he said this is a parallel with most of the Novus Ordo conciliar bishops today. They don't want to leave the church. And these men, who many of them are up there in years, started off sincere and orthodox. But over the years, they compromised with the world so many times with the social issues and the material issues and the pressure about reproductive ethics. They compromise so many times. They want this Church of Christ to change. They're doing exactly what Judas did. And he calls it the Judas Complex.
And of all the books that Malachi Martin wrote, Keys of This Blood was his own personal favorite.